whenever we type them, you see it falls and then it turns back into a normal block. However, what we can do is also give it no gravity. And now we just have a permanent floating block just like this, which gives me an idea. Let's try to summon a minecart, but give it a passenger of a falling block. So passengers like this, and then inside of here, the passenger will have an ID of falling block, and it disappears immediately. Passenger will also have a time of 1 and no gravity. All right. Now we have a block inside of a minecart. So now let's try and build that same thing from earlier. We're gonna place a rail and then get some chests on the side. And then we're just gonna spam summon a bunch of minecarts like this. All right, that should be plenty. So now if I break this, let's try and step inside and see if it can turn. It doesn't look like those blocks can turn though. Yeah, since the falling blocks are passengers and not actually in the minecart, then I don't think they'll be able to turn. So I have another idea. We can summon an armor stand on our location, but we can put a block on its head. So if we go armor items and then make a list of nothing on the feet, nothing on the legs, nothing on the chest, and then on the head, we want sand with a count of 1. That should make an armor stand with sand on its head. And of course we could just summon a bunch of these and like make a circle on our own over time by just running in a circle, but that sucks. To get a perfect circle, we're gonna have to do something really clever, and what that's gonna be is we're gonna have an armor stand in the middle of where the circle's gonna be, like where I am, and it's going to spin in a circle and spawn new armor stands all the way at the edge of the circle. And I got this idea from Notch1792. So let's get ourselves a new repeating command block that's always active. We're going to run the command as any armor stand. So let's filter as an armor stand within a distance of 2 blocks at the location of the armor stand. And this is going to run the command to summon a new armor stand. Let's go 3 blocks in front of where it's looking, and then on top of that we're going to have a chain command block that will do the same filter, and this time we're going to slowly spin the armor stand by about this much. So now if I just place one on top, it should slowly start making a circle around the command block. You can see this guy spinning, spawning them in front. And then once it's done, we just got to break this guy. There's actually a lot we can do with this since there's no collision or anything, but these guys are in my way. So this time, let's actually get the parameters from earlier and add them on to the armor stand we're summoning right here at the end. So now if I get an armor stand and place it on top, it should make a circle of sand and stop. All right, although you may notice these aren't actually turned, so I'm gonna have to turn the armor stand. So now once it makes the circle, if you stand in the center and press this button, they will all now face the center and get rid of this little outline here. And so I cleaned it up a little bit and made it a little more automated. So you stand on top, you flick the lever until it makes a circle. You don't need the full circle. Once you're done, you break this guy and press the button. And there you go. But how do we build with this? Well, we can start by actually making all of the armor stands we spawn invisible like this. And let's also make them invincible like that so they can't be broken by players. And now when we make it, we should just have a bunch of floating blocks like this. Awesome. All right, and so if we get some sand here, we should be able to actually build up and drop it in place on top of those like that, although it doesn't line up perfectly. Oh no, it kind of works there. Let's take away the gravity and move them down about, let's go 4.4. Should be right, and it should be just barely above. It still turns black, dang it. So the issue we're having is that it's turning black because the armor stand is inside of this sand block, which makes me think if this was just floating here, we wouldn't have that issue. So if I get some sandstone stairs, smooth sandstone stairs like that, will this work? Oops. If you don't break the old armor stands before running the thing again, it breaks. So just break that one first. And now, dang, that still counts. But what if we used glass? Would that count? If anything, glass wouldn't count. So if glass counts, okay, yeah, we have a bigger issue on our hands. All right, according to online, if you add marker set to 1, then, dang it, then It works, okay. This is how we're gonna get it to work. But I don't think we're gonna be able to fill this gap with blocks. Maybe like this one. Nope, okay. So I think we're just gonna need to have 2 rows of armor stands. Okay, I added a command block for another row, and let's hope it works first. It works first try, okay. I think this is actually gonna be possible. Look at that, that's cool. Now let's just make a little outline. All right, we have the space, and if we flick this, we should have, okay, there's a little bit of issue here. I'm not sure why the black things are there, but I think it's working. Maybe if I turn it, it'll fix? No, okay, breaking the block fixes it. I'm not sure what the issue is. Does it still have to be glass? It actually seems to fix it. Okay. Wow, all right. This is really weird to look at in game. Like this actually exists, and that's strange. Although I guess now that we have the marker thing set, we can make these flat with the ground. All right, so time for the actual test. Okay, it's flat. I mean, there's like the smallest amount sticking up, but whatever. And then we stop it right there. Hop up here. We press the button, and we have our full working circle in Minecraft. You know, let's actually make this like a little pool. Let's fill this up and get some water, and let's put it all in here. Okay, so the water's full, but we have more blocks that need to be glass. Nah, we're gonna use smooth sandstone slabs like this. Is it this one? Oh, that doesn't count. Maybe that's not even... Maybe I'll just do this. Yeah, there we go. Awesome. And I can even change the glass back to sand. The only problem is we have this weird little lip underneath, but I guess I can just add another row of blocks underneath. So in order to add another row of armor stands on the bottom, we're gonna need to make it have a lot less armor stands. So this time, you can see it goes faster. It turns about 5 degrees instead of 3 each time. And so when we press this, it turns, and it still looks the same. So that's a lot less armor stands. So let's change this from -6.5 to 7. And when we run this, hopefully that looks like barely not enough height. Let's just press this again. Oh, no, okay, I see an issue. These are the slabs, meaning something got messed up here. Attempt 2. Closer. I'm not really sure what's wrong. It's just like skipping the main one. That's weird. Although this does look pretty sick, I'm not gonna lie. Forgot to change the distances. Okay, so now I also forgot to break the armor stand. So now let's fix this, and it should do exactly what we want this time. And we'll stop that, go up here and turn it. And now we have a full step 1 right here. And I guess if you want it to look like those stairs, you can just make this command block empty, and then that'll make the stairs like that. These are pretty cool, actually. You would just have to make these stairs like this, and there'd be a little gap, but you could debug stick and make it diagonal. So, final test. Flick the lever. Generate the 3 different rows of armor stands. Stop the lever. Break the target. And then stand in the center, press the button, and then we fill it up with water. And we now have our very own circular swimming pool in Minecraft. Let's get all this out of the way. This is vanilla Minecraft at its maximum. Look at how cool this is with shaders. I think you should check out the time I made a glitched Minecraft horse that ran 60,000 blocks per hour in vanilla survival. Well, I was in creative, but you can do it in survival.
If you know hardcore Minecraft, chances are you know Philza. From surviving for 5 years without dying to creating some of the most jaw-dropping builds in hardcore Minecraft, Phil has established himself as one of the most notable players to play the game. So join me as I take you on a journey through his career telling the legend of Philza. Phil started his channel in December 2006, and YouTube was a much different place. The platform had just been purchased by Google less than a month earlier and was barely a year old. At the time, the gaming community was much smaller and was mostly confined within the games themselves and small online forums rather than on major platforms like those we see today. At the time, 18-year-old Phil was like most other 18-year-olds and enjoyed playing video games such as Halo 2, which happened to be what his first video was about. As the years passed, Phil continued to post the occasional Halo video as well as videos on Skate 2 and 3, Sonic, GTA, Killtack, and Mirror's Edge. He also began to play these games live on Justin TV, which later evolved into Twitch. But nothing seemed to catch on, and for his first 5 years, he continued to stream and upload funny clips and moments from his gameplay. But something happened in November 2011 that would change the course of his channel and YouTube forever. Minecraft took the world by storm, becoming an instant hit following its release. Its unique style and open world nature had a sense of freedom that appealed to many. One of these people was Phil. Although he had enjoyed playing video games for many years, there was always a new game on the horizon that he would move to. No game seemed to stick for more than a few years. No game until Minecraft. Immediately, Phil took a great liking to the game, specifically the game mode of hardcore. If you aren't familiar with hardcore Minecraft, it's pretty simple. The game is locked on the hardest difficulty, and if you die a single time, you can't respawn and are forced to either spectate the world or delete the world for good. Phil loved the risk involved with hardcore, and the idea that at any moment he could lose everything. To him, this made everything he did feel more meaningful than if he could just respawn with no consequences. And before long, he took to YouTube, creating his very first series of hardcore Minecraft. Phil uploaded his very first hardcore video on February 7th, 2012. And needless to say, it was a rough start.
Ah! I've got no sword! Oh my god, I'm gonna die. No! No! Oh god!
A week later, Phil came prepared and determined to make it through the first night, which proved to be a difficult task in the early days of the game. He began his new journey by chopping a few trees and crafting some wooden tools. This time making sure to craft a sword and quickly upgrade the stone in case he needed to fight. And after gathering some food, Phil set out to make a shelter for the night. He made his way to the mouth of a cave and decided he would explore for a bit and set up camp inside. At first, he was hesitant to enter, hearing the monsters that lied ahead. But using his sword, he made quick work of everything in his way. For the rest of episode 1, Phil continued to mine and fight his way through the depths of the cave until he decided to wall off a small section and settle down for the night. Satisfied with his accomplishments, Phil ended his first successful hardcore video. Over the next few episodes, Phil would continue to explore his cave and mine, managing to acquire a full set of iron armor and tools. Now feeling very confident at his ability to fight, Phil returned to the surface and began exploring his world. He crossed forests and oceans looking for the perfect place to call home. And in episode 9, his days of exploration finally led him to the foot of a mountain. Immediately, he knew this was the perfect place to stay and constructed his first official home. After this, some more underground exploring ensued where he managed to find a zombie spawner and mineshaft, followed by his very first diamonds. And with his sword in hand, Phil entered the Nether for the very first time, knowing that one false step could end his journey for good. He traversed the fiery wasteland, crossing lakes of lava and fighting off gas until he found himself at the foot of a strange building. Immediately, he knew he found what he was looking for and began to explore the fortress. He traveled the maze of hallways, slaying every blaze in his path with the draw of his bow until he had everything he needed and returned home. Everything was going well, and Phil, who had died on episode 1 the previous attempt, now stood on his 30th episode. And he knew that before long he would have to take the biggest risk of the entire series. Phil stood in the daring halls of the stronghold. He knew what lied beyond the portal, but it didn't make it any less terrifying. And before he went for the dragon, he knew he had to prepare, because if he failed, everything he worked for would be lost with the click of a button. He set up a house in a village next to the stronghold and immediately began to prepare for the final battle. He learned to brew potions, scoured forests to create an army of dogs, and continued to pile better and better enchantments onto his armor. Finally, he returned home to the mountain to gather any left supplies and to say goodbye in case he didn't make it back. He made his way across the world and back to the portal. Finally, he would face the ultimate challenge. And in episode 70, a full month after his first failed attempt at hardcore, Philza placed the final eye in the portal and jumped through to slay the dragon. He spawned on a mostly concealed underground platform, and following a quick scare by the dragon, mined a staircase to the surface of the end. Towers of obsidian rose high into the sky, and a beam of light connected to the dragon as he glided by. Immediately, Phil drew his bow and began shooting down the crystals. He launched arrows as far as he could into the dark sky, swinging his sword as the dragon rushed in to attack. Slowly but surely, the dragon's health dropped. Before long, the dragon rushed in one last time. Quickly, Phil aimed his bow, sending the final arrow spiraling into the head of the dragon, killing it. And with that, Phil had for the first time beat Minecraft without dying. Following his victory, Phil entered the portal to return to the overworld and was sent all the way back to spawn far from his home in the mountain. Being completely lost, he just decided to end the video, and having completed the game, Phil decided that for now, this would be the end of the series. Over the following months, Phil would continue to upload Minecraft content, creating a mod series titled Modtacular Minecraft, playing various adventure maps, as well as creating a few non-Minecraft videos. So far, although Phil enjoyed streaming and uploading videos, nothing seemed to be gaining much traction. But regardless, Phil loved his small community and was motivated by every person that found their way to his channel. 6 months later, Phil decided he would log back on to his hardcore world and continue the series. After reviewing footage, he retraced his steps, eventually finding his way back to his home in the village outside the end portal. His plan was to continue to build and prepare to fight the new boss that had been added to the game, the Wither. He started by making a mob grinder using the skeleton spawner outside the village. Then, over the next few episodes, he mined for ores and expanded his home quite a bit, creating a large carrot and wheat farm, sugarcane farm, villager spawner, and just improving the overall look of his home. He then began to experiment with nether travel, creating a nether hub and a portal to another area he wanted to build at. Walking through the portal, you're met with his impressive underwater base and tree farm. Phil had conquered hardcore. The end was nowhere in sight, and it seemed he could finally focus on creating the...
Alright guys, Philza here. Bad news. Recently I just had a power outage in my area. Everything in the house is fine, but one thing, my PC. It starts up okay, to the point where it needs to boot from a hard drive, and it looks like my main operating system hard drive is just gone. It's doing the click of death error, where it just won't be able to read anything. What's really annoying is that my Minecraft hardcore mode save world is on that hard drive. It could be lost forever, unfortunately. So I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Weeks passed. Phil began to upload different videos again, and quickly it became clear. His hardcore series was over. A year of work, 100 episodes lost in the data of a ruined hard drive. Another year came and went. Phil continued to upload Minecraft and the occasional Halo or GTA video. But once again, he started to get the urge to return. Something felt wrong and unfinished about his last world. And seeking to fill its void, he decided to start a new series. But little did he know, this click of a button would change his life forever. Upon entering the world, Phil found himself near the edge of a savanna island. He was pretty convinced the series would end very quickly with the bad spawn, but decided to explore the other side of the island to see if he could spot land. And sure enough, as he reached the other side of the island, he noticed it was actually very close to more land. Suddenly, this world began to have some promise, and he crossed the water to continue exploring. Having much more experience than Series 1, Phil had a much smoother start to the world. And rather than running around aimlessly for the first few episodes, Phil managed to get a full set of iron armor by the end of episode 2. In episode 3, Phil came inches from death and found his first diamonds of the world. Gathering obsidian, he made his way to the surface to try and get the supplies to make an enchanting table before heading into the Nether, which he managed to find no problem after running into a village. After looting the village and a nearby desert temple, Phil stood at the foot of a building, flint and steel in hand, ready to enter the Nether. Already, his luck had been even better than Series 1, and it was about to get even better.
Oh my god! Am I the luckiest person ever? I think I am.
But his luck wouldn't end there, as when he killed his second ever wither skeleton, it dropped a skull, which alone is a 2% chance. Series 2 was off to an amazing start, and would only get better. In episode 6, Phil discovered a zombie spawner directly outside the village, and in episode 7 and 8, he found another village and a jungle temple. By this point, Phil had put together a nice little home in the desert village, not too different from Series 1. This time, he planned to fight the dragon much sooner than episode 70, and at this point was just held back by a lack of ender pearls. He explored some more, finding himself a horse with which he discovered 4 more villages, a jungle temple, and 2 desert temples. His luck just wasn't seeming to run out. What is supposed to be the hardest difficulty of Minecraft was flat out easy for Phil. And still, his luck continued. He had a close call with a baby zombie at the spawner off camera, but managed to survive. And later that episode, he used a fortune pickaxe to mine all of the diamonds he needed for a full set of armor, as well as a bit extra for good measure. As confident as ever, Phil was ready to fight the dragon. He just needed to find the stronghold. He threw the first eye, which pointed him to the ocean. Getting in a boat, he sailed across the sea, and as he made his way towards an island, he noticed something out of place in the water.
Whoa. What? What?
His luck never seemed to fail, and as excited as ever, Phil dived deep below the surface, entering the portal room. Once again, the moment of truth had arrived, but this time, he was more ready than ever. As he fell through the portal, he once again spawned underground, and was immediately scared by the dragon. He dug to the surface, destroyed all the towers, and before long, Phil had slain the dragon once again. His plan after killing the dragon was to work on building. He started with his base at the village, adding a baby zombie statue on his house next to the villager trading center he built a few episodes back. And with that, zombie base, at least for now, was finished. Next, Phil turned his attention to the Nether, specifically making it much safer. First, he used a glitch to remove bedrock, creating a path to the Nether roof. Next, after lots of trial and error, he built a path through the Nether connecting zombie base and the end portal. And as an extra precaution, he spawn-proofed a large section of the Nether with slabs so he wouldn't have to worry about mobs. Now that the Nether was sorted out, he took to the seas, finding an ocean monument not too far from his home. Before raiding it, he planned to remove the water next to the entrance of the temple to protect himself from guardians and make enough water-breathing potions to last him the whole trip. He stared down the path to the monument, preparing to enter. However, even though he was about as prepared as he could be, he still feared that that day would be his last. He made his way to the cleared door. Swallowing his fear in a potion of water breathing, Phil entered the monument. He swam his way through the halls, looking for an Elder Guardian. But he couldn't seem to find one. Until, walking around a corner, he quickly spotted 2 of them in the same room. Using the walls as protection, he swung at the beast from behind the doorway, finishing them off with a shot from his bow. A few minutes later, he located the 3rd Elder Guardian, easily slaying it with his sword. He lived, and now that the monument was cleared, he could begin work on his first major build. A build that would grow to become the face of his channel. The first order of business was to cover the entire monument in sand, then break the sand to remove all of the water above the monument. And after weeks of grinding, placing and destroying sand, he finished. Next, he planned to terraform the ocean floor, replacing the gravel with grass blocks to make the area look more natural. And after yet another week of grinding, the build finally seemed to be coming together. But there was still a lot left to do. And so, for the next 5 months, Phil continued to build. The build was nearly complete. Seamless walls of glass surrounded the land, green grass covered the once barren ground, and a guardian farm occupied the space underneath the monument. But in the middle of the final stages of the build, Phil received some terrible news. His good friend in the community, 22-year-old Matthew Adams, had tragically passed away. Phil took a much-needed break from work and recording, and when he returned, he knew exactly what he was going to do. Out of honor, he would dedicate the project to Matthew, vowing to not hold anything back and to make the best build he possibly could. And what resulted cannot be described with words. It was finally done. Months of work, not a single death, and the most amazing build he had ever done. Suddenly, the world had a whole new meaning, something much bigger than a game. And with the completion of the monument build, Phil realized how truly amazing he could be at building, and that quite literally, the sky was the limit. After leveling Spawn Island and building a giant mushroom in the Nether, Phil began his next major build in the world, Sky City. He began construction once again using an ocean monument. First, he planned to drop a large cube of sand onto the monument to create an outline above the water. And after weeks of mining and placing sand, he was ready to drop it all.
And hup. Oh my god. Fully expecting the game to crash. Oh my god. Oh, it looks like, oh, it's speeding up, it's speeding up. Oh, are we done? Yo! Wow.
Now that Phase 1 was complete, Phil was ready for Phase 2, the quartz monument. His plan was to use quartz to replace the shell of sand, creating his own custom monument above the sea. And, well, it turned out pretty amazing. Next up was the Sky City part of Sky City. Phil began by building a large platform in the sky in case he needed to jump down while building. Then, he proceeded to construct a large floating island directly above the quartz monument. Unsure of exactly what he wanted to build on top, he left it blank for the time being. In the next episode, he decided to build a large castle wall encompassing a village with quartz buildings, as well as some extra decorations around the outside islands. Slowly but surely, the build was coming together. Just a few more things needed to be done. And once he finished the inside of the island and destroyed the platforms below, Sky City was finally finished. At this point, Phil had survived on one life until day 3,319 of the world, meaning he had played a total of 550 to 1,000 real-life hours. Series 2 had officially outlasted Series 1 by a long shot, having started over 2 years earlier. But still, Phil continued to build. He transformed the End Island, spawn-proofing it while building an Enderman farm at the center. And he began work on his next big build, Chaos Caverns. The idea was to create a large man-made cavern holding every obtainable hostile mob. Not an easy task at all, but Phil was determined. And so he got to work, exploding, gathering, and building. Days turned to weeks, weeks to months, until after a year and a half, it was finally done. And with this, he added yet another incredible build to his timeless world. Phil had officially made it over 4 years on a single life. Times had changed. Phil had been on YouTube and Twitch for over 11 years and was a lot better at the game than when he started all that time ago. His YouTube channel sat at 2,000 subscribers, a gem hidden from the rest of the world. But everything was about to change. It was a day like any other. Phil was working on his new project, a giant underground witch farm, attempting to dig down to set up a beacon so he could mine it out faster. Because of the major spawn proofing he'd done for the build, mob spawns were at an unnatural high in the surrounding caves. And this fact alone would bring about a moment that would change the course of Phil's life forever.
I knew it. No! Really? That's how I die? Oh my god, I'm stupid. Oh, a baby zombie. Oh my god.
It was all over. Phil had made it 5 years on a single life, only to watch it slip through his hands in less than 30 seconds. He was devastated. To Phil, it was much more than just a world. It was his canvas, his form of expression, something he could be proud of. And that day, it all went away, for good. But then, something unexpected happened. People started talking, sharing the story of the man who lost his 5-year world. And before long, Philza, after 14 years of YouTube, began to go viral.
These past 40 hours to 3 days, it has been insane. It sucks that it's gone, and man was I salty. But I had no idea how big this moment would be. It has spread everywhere. It is worldwide. The clip has over 1 million views. Too many articles to count. I showed up on British television. It has gone fully viral. There's so many people that this moment has resonated with. I can't even describe it. I've never experienced anything like this. First of all, the main question I keep getting asked, what am I going to do now? More likely, start a new world. Because that is what I enjoy playing. Hardcore mode. Will I last as long as 5 years?
People finally began to take notice. Phil had been on the platform longer than most, and finally it was his time to shine. But soon, another opportunity would arise for Phil, something much different from hardcore. An event months in the making, introducing him to some of the largest creators to play the game, Minecraft Monday. Minecraft Monday was a 14-week event created by popular YouTuber Keemstar, and gathered many large creators from across YouTube to battle it out over a series of minigames for $10,000. And luckily for Phil, the event began mere months after he went viral. Meaning with his newfound success and legendary status in the community, he was invited to play. Joining in week 2, Phil would play with Jerome ASF for his first 7 weeks of the event. Together, they placed second overall in week 2, but after that only managed to peak at 5th place. However, Minecraft Monday's real impact on Phil would take place over his final 2 weeks in the event, as in week 10, he would be teamed with someone different. A player who had completely taken over the event. A player who, despite the admin's attempts to even the playing field, couldn't stop winning. Someone who would grow to become one of Phil's most loyal friends in the community, Technoblade. Entering the event, Phil and Techno were obvious targets, but quickly it became quite clear that it didn't really matter. Game 1 was Hunger Games, and Phil and Techno got to work straight away chasing and killing Connor Eats Pants and Captain Sparkles. They were just a few minutes in, and both nearly had full iron armor while Techno held a diamond sword. And feeling confident, the two decided to search for teams to fight. Techno killed Skeppy, Phil killed Aphmau, and with that, only one more team remained. Techno quickly realized that Zerka and Vicstar were not together, and so they rushed in to catch them off guard. And after a very quick fight, Phil and Techno had won their first game. After a solid performance in bingo, things were looking very good with Techno and Phil holding the first and second positions on the individual leaderboards. But things quickly changed with Hide the Button. Phil's old teammate, Jerome, along with Beijing Canadian, had an amazing performance, shooting them all the way up to second place right on Techno and Phil's tail. This was concerning, but the two were still very confident they could win. And lucky for them, Game 5 was Skywars. Technoblade was amazing at Skywars, having played it consistently for years on Hypixel. And sure enough, Techno and Phil dominated Skywars, winning all 3 games and increasing their lead by 150 points. They were now just over halfway through the event and things were looking good. All they needed to do was hold their first place position and they would win $10,000. And with a solid performance in TNT Run, a victory in One Shot, and a good game of Spleef, it was finally time for the last game of the event, Hunger Games. All Phil and Techno needed to do was perform good enough to hold their position in first, and glory was theirs. With the start of the game, they immediately ran to the outer reaches of the map to scavenge the land for supplies. And 2 minutes in, they managed to get Techno a full set of iron armor and a diamond sword. And so, they began to hunt. Techno managed to pick up a quick kill on a clueless Grande in a nearby forest, getting Phil a chain chestplate. Feeling good, the two headed back to middle, and with a team effort took out High Sky, claiming yet another diamond sword. The numbers began to thin, and before long only a few teams stood between them and victory. A very intense fight broke out at mid, killing Phil in the midst of the chaos. But Techno lived. And after taking out one of the 2 people remaining, agreed to end it all with a fistfight to the death. And living up to his reputation, Techno won. Together, Phil and Techno had dominated the event, ranking first and second on the individual leaderboards. But more importantly, their friendship that began that day would grow into something special. Something shaping many of Phil's future adventures, and something he could never lose to a baby zombie. But Techno wasn't the only friend Phil made during Minecraft Monday. In week 12, Phil teamed with someone new who would play an equally important role in his future, Wilbur Soot. And although they didn't quite win the event, the friendship that resulted would provide a gateway to Phil's next adventure. As a few months later, in late November 2019, Wilbur would begin a new server. Taking place on a scaled-down replica of the world, including many mods to spice up the game and holding upwards of 100 other creators, This was SMP Earth. The sun rises on a fresh new world, oceans waiting to be sailed, forests eager to be explored, and at the center lie dozens of players ready to lay their claims on the land. Phil originally planned to claim Iceland, but upon getting notice of a band of players plotting to kill him, decided instead to team with Technoblade at the South Pole. And together, the duo formed the beginning of the Antarctic Empire. Immediately, they got to defending their land, killing another player who looked to be hostile. But the fighting wasn't over yet. A low rumble came from the skies. Suddenly, erupting into view was Spifey zooming through the air in a plane. Startled, Techno and Phil prepared to attack, and as he doubled back to attempt to ram Techno off the mountain, Phil managed to strike him with his sword, scaring him away. With their land now fully secured, Phil and Techno ventured deeper into the mountain, discovering an existing stronghold over a massive underground cave expanding down over 150 blocks. As they began descending into the depths of the cave, Techno invited a new player to their faction, VoiceOver Pete. For the rest of the day, the three continued to claim land, expanding their territory over much of Australia. They also received many requests for allegiances, including an unsuccessful attempt from upcoming YouTuber Tommy Innit, who was not exactly satisfied with their answer, reminding them that war was also an option. Over the next week, the Antarctic Empire continued to make small advances, including various farms and better gear. But something was about to happen that would change everything. The factions mod that ran on SMP Earth allowed territories to claim land based on the amount of players they had in their faction. And having 3 members, the Antarctic Empire was able to claim 3,000 chunks of land, which wasn't much compared to the size of the map. But Techno discovered a way around this. Using an autofill feature of the mod, they would only have to claim the perimeter for the mod to autofill the rest of the land inside to be theirs. Meaning, world domination. And after Techno and Phil had completed their journey around the world, they pulled up the map to see if their plan had worked.
Oh my god!
Check the map.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh no, dude.
Antarctic world domination.
Antarctic Empire owns the world.
Word quickly spread across the server, and before long, everyone had logged on to see what the Empire had done. Quickly, the people became angry, and the server, led by Wilbur Soot, met in France to hold the trial of the Antarctic Empire. First, it was argued whether a crime had even been committed, as Techno pointed out that technically taking over the world was completely lawful. But quickly, it became obvious that the people would not just let them free. And so, after requests for execution and vows of brotherhood, everyone agreed that the Empire would be let free upon returning to their home in Antarctica and unclaiming the rest of the world. Satisfied, everyone returned to life as normal, and a new law was created prohibiting world domination. A few weeks would pass before the next conflict. The Antarctic Empire constructed a large railway connecting their land to Australia and began work on another base farther west. But then, Phil was alerted by Techno of an incoming enemy, contracted to assassinate him. Immediately, the Empire got in position to defend their land from the rogue assassin, until they realized who exactly was planning to attack them. Suddenly, a lot less concerned, Pete and Techno made their way down the path, managing to kill Tommy while Phil watched from the safety of their land. Over the rest of the day, Techno and Pete sought revenge on Tommy and killed him many more times after, making sure he would not try anything like that again, which obviously didn't stop him. SMP Earth would not end for another few months, but after this point, Phil, and later many other creators, ended SMP Earth content on YouTube. Over his time on the server, Phil had continued to grow closer to Technoblade and Wilbur, while also befriending Tommy Innit over their various conflicts. And together, the four would continue to stand by each other's sides in adventures to come. One of those adventures began shortly after the beginning of SMP Earth in late November 2019. The community felt a void following the sudden ending to Minecraft Monday in week 14. It had been the first major Minecraft event in a long time, and the community longed for more. But lucky for them, they wouldn't have to wait long, as a new event would begin only a short month later. an event much different from the likes of Minecraft Monday. This event was Minecraft Championship. Phil joined Minecraft Championship in their very first week, and immediately knew it would be much different than Minecraft Monday. While Minecraft Monday felt strictly like an intense competition, MCC brought that same level of competitiveness contrasted with a lighthearted, almost arcade-like setting. The people loved it, and the players loved it even more. During the first two events, things started looking pretty good for Phil. His team in week 1 had a rough day, finishing 7th out of 10, but in week 2, his team would make it all the way to the final duel, losing tragically to the Aqua Horses. It was a crushing blow, but the pain wouldn't last long, as in week 4, Phil would be teamed with 3 of his best friends, Wilbur, Tommy, and Techno. The day was Saturday, April 18th. The team had been practicing for weeks, and the moment had finally arrived. They knew this could very well be their only chance to win together, as after that event, it was likely that the 4 would not team again for a long time. And so, more determined than ever, the team made their way to the Decision Dome to vote on the first game. Game 1 was Skyblockle. Phil began by gathering wood and crafting tools for the team. Meanwhile, Wilbur started bridging towards middle, but didn't make it very far. Phil took over Wilbur's job and built his way to the middle, making him the first player there. He immediately took advantage of this, gathering loot from many of the chests. So far, ignoring Wilbur's death, things were looking good. Phil held mid, securing a kill on blue and swooping in with an elytra to take out yet another player. But the aerial assault was far from over. The team spotted a massive fight below and decided to drop down and join. Phil crashed down from the skies onto a helpless Captain Sparkles, but then fell to the rest of his team. However, it was enough, as Techno and Tommy were able to take out the rest of the players with little problems, securing their team first place after Game 1. So far, the team was off to a hot start, and over the rest of the event, it would only get better. This was their chance. All that stood between Phil and his first ever win were the Green Guardians. They all prepared for the final battle. One last game to decide it all. Dodgeball. Phil stared coldly into the eyes of the enemy, focused as he'd ever been and determined to stay alive at all costs. The clock ticked to 0 and the battle began. Tommy managed to get the first shot off and took out Pete, who happened to be the Guardians' best player. Returning fire, Vicstar and Michael McChill hit Tommy and Wilbur, leaving the round up to Techno and Phil. Techno got out Vic, and Phil led a bit too far in front of Michael. It was back to dodging. The two jumped every which way, hoping to confuse the Guardians enough to miss. And it worked. Phil sprinted to the center of the arena, launching a shot directly into Michael, leaving only Burn left on the Guardians' side. And with a single shot from Techno, round 1 went to the Pandas. All they had to do was win one more round, and the championship would be theirs. They all lined up for round 2, and as the clock struck 0, Phil began to dodge.
I got one.
Nice.
I got Pete. Nice.
Two arrows.
Oh, they're going.
No.
I hit the wrong one.
There we go.
Oh, you got.
I got both.
Yep. Oh,
Still going for me.
Oh, I'm out.
No!
nice!
Yes, that's two. We win Minecraft Championship.
They had done it. After one of the best team performances in the history of the tournament, Phil and the rest of the team had finally won. And scoring third on the individual leaderboards, Phil had put up his best performance yet. Over the rest of the tournaments, Phil's teams would perform fairly average with the exception of an amazing winning performance in MCC 12. And his journey in Minecraft Championship is still far from over, as he continues to participate in the events to this day. MCC gave Phil yet another opportunity to meet new creators in the community as well as strengthen the friendships he had already made. But his next adventure would prove to be even bigger. Something that would grow his channel even more than dying after 5 years of hardcore. Joining his friends Techno, Wilbur, and Tommy, he would enter the world of the Dream SMP.
Whenever I'm here, I'm reminded of the song that I've scribbled on the walls. That there was a special place. There was a special place. And there was definitely that special place did exist once. It did. But even with Tubbo in charge, I don't think it can exist again. If I'm gonna press it ever, it's now. The thing that I built this nation for doesn't exist anymore. The thing I worked towards doesn't exist anymore. It's over.
What are you doing?
Phil?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what this button is?
I do.
I was just saying, I made this big point that it's that there was a special place where men could go, but it's not there anymore. You know, it's not.
It is there.
I've
You've just won it back, Will.
Phil, I'm always so close to pressing this button, Phil. I've been here like 7 or 8 times. I've been here.
And you want to just blow it all up.
There was a saying, Phil, by a traitor, once part of the Manberg. It was never meant to be.
Oh my god. Oh my god! Will! It's all gone!
My Manberg, Phil! My unfinished symphony, forever unfinished! If I can't have this, no one can, Phil! Kill me, Phil. Phil, kill me. Phil, kill me. Phil, stab me with the sword. Murder me now.
No matter what you want, I can't.
Phil, kill me, Phil. Murder me. Look, they all want you to.
Everything was gone. Phil stood in shock. He had joined only to witness one of his best friends fall to chaos. He had no choice but to kill him, as he knew he would be associated with the destruction if he didn't. And so, he took Wilbur's last life on the server, setting him free at last. Phil had joined the Dream SMP during the climax of one of its largest wars, getting tossed right into the midst of chaos. But Phil saw something in the ashes of L'Manberg, an opportunity to help the people recover from the destruction that reigned on their sacred land, an opportunity to rebuild. And so, in the coming days, as new L'Manberg sprouted from the depths of the crater, Phil constructed his house in the new land. But despite his immediate sympathy for the people of L'Manberg, Phil found himself questioning their authority. Tubbo, as L'Manberg's new president, couldn't even keep his own friend from causing chaos, and when it came down to it, had no hesitation exiling him. And it made Phil wonder, if he was willing to exile his best friend, what would Tubbo be willing to do to him if their interests conflicted in the future? Rather, Phil's allegiances lied with his old friend, Technoblade. Techno found himself in a tough situation following his contribution to the destruction of L'Manberg. The people hated him for it, and since they all knew where he lived, he knew he had to move. And contacting the only person he could trust, Techno and Phil moved his home far away, to a much different land a lonely light in a sea of snow. But it wouldn't be long before Phil's relationship with Techno would get him in trouble with the government, as one day he noticed the cabinet making their way towards his house. And as Phil watched from the window, he knew his fears about L'Manberg were finally coming true.
We are looking for Technoblade. Just tell us where he is. You're a citizen of L'Manberg. We're trying to get justice for our country.
I'm not going to tell you. He's changed his ways.
This is for the country. This is not a request. This is a demand.
Where do you think this loyalty that I have for this country exists? I'm not loyal to this country at all. I'm pretty new here, and if anything, you guys need to prove to me that I should care. Also,
Wow.
Techno and me go way back, and we do not rat out on each other.
If you're not gonna help us do it the easy way, we're gonna have to do it the hard way, right?
Right?
Right, fellas, look through his thing.
Oh, come on.
Hey, fix you!
Yeah.
That's what I found.
This is a compass called Techno's compass. Philza, never forget that you weren't cooperative with us today.
Yeah, I mean, this is considered treason. I imagine you will be put under house arrest.
Okay.
All right,
Fix
wait.
you, which way does it go?
Phil had no time to worry for himself. He had to warn his friend. And messaging Techno about the army closing in on his location, Phil decided to follow them to witness the event himself. Hiding at the edge of a nearby forest, Phil witnessed everything. He saw his friend being taken away from his life of peace to be killed for his acts of war. And so, he had no choice but to return to his house to avoid suffering the same fate. He watched as Techno was caged below an anvil ready to drop on his head at the flick of a lever. And then, something completely unexpected happened.
He ruined the government. Puns is throwing right. What
is he doing?
What is Puns doing?
Oh, shoot.
What is
Oh, shoot.
Puns
Oh, shoot.
doing?
Shoot.
What?
Hello,
I've named him friend.
That's fantastic, Ghostbird. That's fantastic. I'm about to die, Ghostbird.
No, I'm pulling this one.
What? No. What? What? How did he not die?
What?
He's got Carl! He's got Carl!
Techno had managed to escape, but Phil remained trapped. Over the next few weeks, Phil began digging his escape route, eventually managing to break his ankle monitor with a magma block. And with the help of Techno, he escaped the confines of his home completely undetected. As they made their way through the land of snow, Techno explained that it was time for L'Manberg to be destroyed, for good. They had hurt innocent people, refused to acknowledge change, and with the help of Dream, the three knew they had everything they needed to destroy every last block of the once great land. Phil didn't hate L'Manberg. He hated what it did to people. L'Manberg had turned people violent, drove his friend mad, and as much as he wanted to live a peaceful life, L'Manberg had taken that option away the day they hurt Techno. And so, he joined the two, destroying L'Manberg for the last time.
It's all over, but the cry, and nobody's crying but me.
With the destruction of L'Manberg, Phil and Techno returned to their home with a sense of satisfaction. They truly hoped the people would learn their lesson and move on. Over the following months, Phil would continue to livestream on the Dream SMP, and his contribution to the story and involvement in the community led to the biggest spike in growth he'd ever seen. And that leads us to the final stories of the legend of Philza. As in the midst of his new adventures, Phil stayed true to his word, beginning a new world of hardcore Minecraft. Phil began Series 3 shortly after his devastating death in his 5-year world, motivated by his much bigger audience. Rather than streaming to 10 to 20 viewers, Phil now found himself peaking in the hundreds. And so, excited to see where the series would take him, Phil created the world, beginning a new journey. The game had changed a lot since he started his last world. Series 3 would be played in 1.14, meaning that the oceans held a lot of value in shipwrecks and buried treasure. This greatly reduced the amount of mining necessary off the start of a new world. Phil began the world by exploring a nearby ocean, looting shipwrecks and finding buried treasure before diving deep into the caves to mine. The days went by. Phil continued to progress through the game, making his way to the Nether, finding a skeleton spawner right next to spawn, and eventually finding the stronghold. By this point, Phil was a week and a half into the new world and things were going very well. All he needed to do was kill the dragon and he would have access to the outer islands of the End where he could grab an elytra by looting in End City. And he managed to take it out fairly easily with the help of a pumpkin to protect himself from endermen and slow falling potions to eliminate fall damage. And so, there he stood, just one pearl away from the outer reaches of the End. And feeling ready as ever, Phil sent his pearl through the gateway.
Time to go through... What? No! Really? Oh, we got glitched out of the f***ing world, dude. Oh, come on. What am I meant to do about that? What am I meant to do? What am I meant to do? I tried.
Phil had died to a glitch. And although he had only been playing for a week and a half, it was still disappointing. Shortly after, he decided to head back to the gateway and test ways to counter the glitch in creative mode. And after some testing, he came to the conclusion that it was a rendering error, and could be countered a number of ways, including pausing the game while teleporting and turning down render distance. Phil also just so happened to die in the middle of a 24-hour stream, and having planned to play in the Series 3 world the rest of the stream, he decided why not go again. And so, just minutes after his death in Series 3, Phil began Series 4. And with the glitch out of the way, he felt confident that this world would last much longer. Phil began Series 4 the exact same way as Series 3, getting basic tools and exploring the ocean. All in all, he managed to find plenty of shipwrecks and buried treasure, 2 villages, 2 desert temples, and a nether fortress in the span of about 14 hours. Series 4 was off to a great start, and would continue at a very quick pace. Phil gathered better gear, established his home at spawn, and made his way back to the End to fight the dragon, which he managed to take out the exact same way as Series 3. And as he stared down the deep void of the gateway, this time, he was ready. The journey to the End City was a risky one, and so Phil made sure to take every precaution to ensure his survival. And sure enough, he got it. Before he could begin work on major builds, he had a few more things he had to do. First, he needed a solid XP farm, which he got from an Enderman farm he built in the End. Next, he needed to continue to explore and find structures to create farms, that way he would be able to gather resources as efficiently as possible. And quickly, he found success looting End cities for backup elytras, as well as locating a woodland mansion, ocean monument, witch hut, and pillager outpost. All of which proved very useful when making use of their unique spawn mechanics. And so, he pushed forward, looting the mansion, clearing the monument, killing more dragons, and getting better loot until the day finally arrived to announce his first build. His biggest project yet. Taking place in the End, Phil would be completely terraforming the land, creating a new area, known as Endlantis. Endlantis would be completely submerged in water, holding custom biomes and an Enderman farm at the center of it all. Phil knew this project would take months, but time would no longer be a problem. As a few days later, Phil announced that he was quitting his job and going full-time on YouTube and Twitch. He had come a long way since Series 2, now averaging thousands of viewers per stream instead of hundreds. He was engaged to his fiancée Kristen, who he actually met on one of his streams during Series 2 and would soon be able to afford getting married. Phil was finally living his dream. And with more free time than he ever had before, Phil began work on Endlantis. 4 months later, it was done. TNT duplicators, covering the land with water, months of designing, all for this. A build truly unmatched by any other Phil had made. And with its completion, Phil had already made plans for his next major build. His plan was fairly simple. He would begin by mining out a large section of the Nether completely, leaving nothing but bedrock at the top and bottom. As he was doing this, he would create a large cube-shaped structure out of black concrete and black glass, enclosing a large space inside. And in this new space, made to look like a complete void, he would build a massive quartz fortress near the center of one of the walls. The build would also grow to include a large crystal structure that functioned as a wither skeleton farm, and battleships coming through a portal as if trying to attack, as well as many other small touches throughout the area, all coming together to create a truly mind-blowing build. And with the completion of the Fortress, that is where Phil's YouTube content has left off. On Twitch, however, he has moved forward with his next major build, a callback to his Ocean Monument build in Series 2, Flower Fall. Over the course of Series 4, Phil has also created his own lore for his world to help give his builds a story, and it goes sorta like this. In Phil's world exist various gods, each ruling over different lands and having different powers. The worst of all is the Ender King, who's always trying to take the best parts of other worlds to make his own. One day, he attempted to shrink down and steal a nether fortress for himself, and he was successful. What resulted was the creation of the Nether Void, which was attempted to be repaired by the Blaze Empress with the creation of the Fortress. But the Ender King didn't stop there. He took his reign of terror to the seas, where he succeeded in stealing an ocean monument from an entity known as the Ocean Overlord, who happened to be asleep during the attack, and finding the ocean in ruins. Yet another entity who is yet to be named attempted to fix the area, creating Flower Fall. Finally, as the Ender King's largest plot of all, he attempted to combine the three realms of the Nether and an Overworld into one, resulting in a major conflict. And as the battle drew to a close, the Ender King was left at a loss, resulting in what we now know as Atlantis. But the story is far from over. In fact, it continues to be written with every passing day. As of now, Phil has survived in his Series 4 world for just over 2 years. And barring some disastrous glitch or major oversight, it looks like it will not be ending anytime soon. Over his 14-year journey on YouTube, Phil has managed to create a community truly like no other. A community that helped him make his dreams come true, changing his life forever. And Phil continues to this day to inspire people by the millions, to create, to work towards something big, and to make the most of the one life they have. Because when you push yourself and the world around you to the very limits, truly amazing things will happen. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the legend of Philza. Technoblade has seen a lot in his 7-year journey on YouTube, and today we're covering it all. From the Potato War to Minecraft Championship to the biggest duel in gaming history, this is the legend of Technoblade. Since this is a long video, I put timestamps in the description to all the different topics I'll be covering. However, all of them are related, so it's best to watch the whole thing in order. Also, this video took weeks to make, so if you could take 1 second to subscribe, it is completely free and it would make my day. Thank you. Now that that's out of the way, let's start from the beginning. Believe it or not, Technoblade has been on YouTube for over 11 years. He began his first channel, Studio Lore, on July 5th, 2009. He posted infrequently for the next 4 years, building up a solid 47 subscribers. Soon, he saw the rise of a new game on YouTube, a game called Minecraft. He decided to ditch the Studio Lore channel and move on to a new one where he would start posting Minecraft content. On October 28th, 2013, he created the channel Technoblade. Techno had already been playing on smaller faction PvP servers and absolutely dominating them within a couple of weeks. So he decided to take on the challenge of joining a bigger server. He could have chosen Mineplex, the biggest Minecraft server at the time, but instead he chose the up-and-coming server Hypixel. For his first 6 months on the server, he played Minecraft Hunger Games, as it was the most popular game at the time. After those 6 months, he had only gained 300 subscribers, so he decided to shift his focus to something more interesting. He began making montages of himself beating some of the top Hunger Games players in the community, which finally allowed him to start gaining traction. During the next year and a half, he had reached nearly 14,000 subscribers, but something was about to happen that would completely change the course of his channel. A new game on Hypixel that would take over YouTube. This game was Skywars. Skywars was an instant hit, holding nearly 8,000 concurrent players, launching Hypixel's player count past Mineplex. Techno immediately started recording Skywars content, but he needed a way to stand out from the crowd. So he began grinding ranked Skywars. Before long, he secured a spot in Masters Division, reserved for the top 10 ranked players in the world. He spent the next 2 years making content on Skywars and amounted over 100,000 subscribers during that period. After discovering live streaming and continuing to grind Skywars, his channel doubled in size within a few more months. Around this time, he did something so random, yet so impressive, it went viral. He beat Minecraft Hardcore using a steering wheel. Minecraft Hardcore is a version of survival that is locked on the hardest difficulty and would automatically delete the world upon the player dying once. As if that wasn't hard enough, he decided to beat it using a steering wheel instead of a keyboard and mouse. Through his journey, he went through many challenges such as spawning over lava lakes in the Nether, losing his home, having many close encounters with mobs, and using a steering wheel. After 9 long hours, he finally managed to beat the game, and the video now has 8 million views on his channel, making it his 3rd most viewed video, beat only by Skyblock and Proof I Don't Autoclick.
You guys are all just mad because you're bad. Alright, that is 732 times per second. As you can see, I just clicked that. You're bad at video games. Okay, good.
Yeah. Soon after this video, another new game was released on Hypixel. On June 29th, 2017, Hypixel released their biggest hit yet, Bedwars. Techno immediately jumped on the trend and began making Bedwars videos, until one day he realized that he had won 349 games in a row. After realizing how crazy of a number that was, he decided to see who had the highest win streak at the time. What he found surprised him. He was only 25 wins away from beating the world record. He knew he had to go for it, but he had to do it right. So he gathered a team of elite Bedwars players, and together they would try hard 4v4 Bedwars, attempting to get the highest win streak possible. He uploaded his first video breaking the record on September 23rd, 2017. And with this began the Bedwars win streak world record. One week later, something happened that brought insane attention to the streak and put even more pressure on Techno. At a streak of 600 wins, the owner of Hypixel, Simon, tweeted out that upon reaching a 1,000 win streak, he would reward Technoblade with $2,500 of store credit to give to his fans. There was no going back. Techno would either continue the grind or fail in front of hundreds of thousands of people. And so, the grind continued. Powering through hackers, stress, and thousands of helpless players, on October 14th, Techno and his team managed to reach a 1,000 win streak in Bedwars. Just a few weeks earlier, the record had been 374. Techno had shattered that by nearly 3 times. And he wasn't done yet. For the rest of October, the streak continued for hundreds of games until it became more of a burden than a challenge. And on October 26th, this happened.
So anyhow, I'm gonna throw it away now. We're doing it. No, I'm a big boy. Come on. Come on, dude. Come on. I'm pushing you towards my bed. Do I have to combo you across that bridge? Why is it so hard to lose, bedwars? You can do it. Yes! Yes! You're doing it! You're doing it! Yes! I'm free!
He had ended the win streak at 1,400 consecutive wins in bedwars. After Techno set the record, lots of people attempted to break it, but nobody could. This unbelievable record stood and stood for a miraculous 3 months? On January 27, 2018, Techno uploaded a video where he teamed up with Dephone, who was approaching the record at the time. In this video, the team managed to get Dephone to a win streak of 1,401 wins, breaking the old record. As with the last win streak, they did not stop there. The team continued grinding, reaching 1,500 wins, 1,600 wins, and even 1,700 wins in a row. Then, as with the last record, Dephone got bored and decided to end the streak. And just like that, 2 months later, on March 15th, their streak ended at 1,818 wins. And that is where the bedwars win streak record stands today. After the bedwars win streak saga, Techno returned to posting his usual Hypixel content, mostly Skywars commentaries and bedwars challenges. Also a few Fortnite videos. Anyway, his views started to stagnate and trended downward for the next year and 3 months, until June 2019, when something totally unexpected happened. In the span of 10 days, not one, but 2 channel-defining trends began on Techno's channel. The first was Hypixel Skyblock, more on that later in the video, and the second was Minecraft Monday. Minecraft Monday was a 14-week competition created by Keemstar that united many YouTubers from various communities to fight in a series of minigames for a grand prize of $10,000 each week. YouTubers such as Ninja, PewDiePie, James Charles, and even Mr. Beast all joined the competition, fighting head-to-head in various Minecraft minigames. This event was first announced on June 11th, 2019, and as soon as the announcement was out, Technoblade attempted to join the event, tweeting at Keemstar, "Put me in, coach!" Soon after, Technoblade was added to the roster of players due to lots of support on his tweet and a good following. After being selected for the first event, he was paired with Shotgun Raids, who today has 1.2 million subscribers. They were one of the most hyped teams and the favorite to win the event. Everybody knew to watch out for Technoblade. After a round of practice, the tournament began. In round 2, the duo came extremely close to victory with 7 kills but lost to Woofles in the final fight. In the third round, he died fairly early with 3 kills as he was blown up by TNT. Shotgun survived to 3rd place. In the 4th round, they came close once again, taking 4th place with 6 eliminations after falling to Vicstar. By this time, Techno had over 5,000 viewers, which was insane to him. In round 5, they died very early in the game when both Techno and Shotgun were critted out by Vicstar. They didn't even make top 20. In round 6, they finally made it. They won the game with ease and swept the final 3 teams. Techno finished with 5 kills. By this point in the tournament, Techno and Shotgun were down 100 points from Vicstar and Pizza Hut, and needed a major comeback to win the $10,000 prize. In round 7, Vicstar was their prime target, and with 7 teams left, they engaged in combat. Techno and Shotgun were severely outgeared but had the jump on Pete. After Techno comboed and killed Pete, he was quickly finished off by Vic. Somehow, Shotgun clutched up and got multiple hits on Vic, which ended up killing him. Later in the game, Shot got caught outside the border and barely survived, but then Skeppy immediately took advantage of this and finished him off, leaving them in 4th place. By round 8, Techno and Shotgun had closed the lead to a mere 58 points, leaving them within striking distance of 1st place. They started out the match looking for Pete and Vic, but failed to find them until the final 5. They chased them for a few minutes until they finally trapped and killed them, ending the match with 6 eliminations. When they got back to the lobby, they found out they were in 1st place by 50 points. They celebrated and bragged to the rest of the lobby even before the final 2 matches. While waiting for match 9, Techno got a donation. It was 500 Canadian dollars from the owner of Hypixel himself. He had yet another proposal for Techno. He stated that if Techno were to win the tournament, he would be rewarded with a custom pig rank on Hypixel for 1 week. This motivated Techno even more because to him, the rank was worth more than the $10,000. In round 9, more motivated than ever, Techno and Shotgun played it safe, avoiding conflicts with players who were good at PvP and saving them until the end. This worked out very well for them, as they were able to eliminate Vic's team with ease and kill the final 2 players, Captain Sparkles and Beijing Canadian. They ended the match with 4 kills, a dub, and Techno peaked at 18,000 viewers, a new record for him. After the round 9 victory, the pig rank was in sight for Techno as they were over 120 points ahead of Vic and Pete. All they had to do was get a few easy kills and stay alive to reach their goal. But at the beginning of round 10, they were being hunted down by Vicstar. If they lost the fight, they would lose the tournament, but if they won, the $10,000 would be theirs. Both teams had very similar armor, but Techno had almost full iron. The fight began in the forest and was quickly over. Shotgun took on Vic and Techno took on Pete. Within seconds, they had taken them both out. The final nail in the coffin came immediately after when the 3rd place team, Jerome and Beijing Canadian, were killed. This allowed Techno and Shotgun to breeze to victory. In light of the win, Techno attempted to pull out the USB steering wheel to play the final round, but it didn't work. With the win secured, they easily took match 10 with 6 eliminations, earning Techno pig rank and the $10,000 grand prize. The stream, which reached 21,000 live viewers, marked the beginning of a huge expansion of growth in Techno's channel, allowing him to reach 1 million subs and beyond. The victory in week 1 of Minecraft Monday proved him as one of the best PvPers in the game and brought him plenty of recognition from bigger creators. But this was only week 1 of Minecraft Monday. There was so much more to come. By week 2, Technoblade's popularity had spiked, gaining well over 45,000 subscribers and almost 5 million views during this week alone, while also garnering widespread recognition from YouTubers as large as Ninja. This only continued as the weeks went on. As each week passed, he seemed to continually dominate and place in the top 3 almost every week. Before long, his undeniable talent brought him some extra attention from the event organizers. From week 2 and on, they continually made Techno find a new, less experienced teammate to play with him. In week 2, they split him up with Tapel and made him find a non-Minecraft YouTuber, so he chose iBallistic Squid. Although Squid had some previous Minecraft experience, they let the selection slide. Bad choice. Techno once again dominated, winning the event for the 2nd week in a row. This led to an even larger amount of attention to Techno. At this point, Technoblade was quickly approaching 1 million subs, and all he needed to reach the milestone were a few more good performances. Over the next few weeks, Techno was paired with Chris02, James Charles, Call Me Carson, and Jay Schlatt. In weeks 3, 4, and 5, he performed very well with a personal placement of 1st, 3rd, and 2nd, while his team took 4th, 3rd, and 5th. In these weeks, though, he was purposefully placed with teammates who were not very good at Minecraft. He also was allegedly sabotaged by Call Me Carson, who only scored 69 points throughout the entire event. On top of that, Techno was being targeted and teamed on for being the best player there. Even with all of these odds against him, in week 6, Techno and Jay Schlatt had a real chance. After falling behind in the beginning, Technoblade dominated TNT Run, winning all 3 rounds. With a solid performance from Jay Schlatt, they moved up to 1st. After decent performances in the next few rounds, it came down to Hunger Games. All they needed to do was get a few kills and place high. And that's exactly what Techno did, placing 3rd with 7 eliminations, resulting in Techno winning his 3rd event. This win catapulted his popularity even further. In week 7, he was paired with Junkie Janker and had another amazing performance, placing 1st individually and 2nd in teams. But this week he would achieve something even greater. On August 8th, 2019, Technoblade reached a milestone every YouTuber dreams of, the 1 million subscriber mark. After 6 years of grinding, highs and lows, and refining his skills, Techno finally reached the esteemed gold play button. From there, he has only gone farther, continuing Minecraft Monday for 6 more weeks, winning yet another in week 10, and playing until the event's eventual demise in week 13. Throughout the whole event, Techno never placed below 5th in teams and amazingly, never placed lower than 3rd place individually. This crowned him the best Minecraft Monday player of all time. Over the span of the event, Techno gained 100 million views and over 700,000 subscribers, and led to his inclusion in many more high-profile Minecraft events in the future. The other major series that began on Techno's channel around the same time as Minecraft Monday was Hypixel Skyblock. This series would ultimately lead to one of the toughest battles Techno would ever have to fight. Technoblade uploaded his first Skyblock video, the Hypixel Skyblock Experience, on June 14th, 2 days after the game came out. In this video, he detailed his journey over the first day or two on the game while making fun of it at the same time. As you may imagine, the video took off alongside the massively growing player base of Skyblock, becoming one of the most viewed videos on his channel, totaling a very impressive 8,800,000 views today. This was enough to cement Skyblock as the main source of Hypixel content on his channel moving forward. Within 4 days from his first video, he killed the Magma Boss, claiming one of the better weapons in the game at the time, the Ember Rod. 5 days later, he became the fastest man in Skyblock. After this episode, Minecraft Monday slowed the pace of his Skyblock uploads, but they continued. Over the next 4.5 months, he flew through the skies, reaching places never meant to be reached. He fought dragons, killed his own kind for higher stats, and started one of the hardest wars he would ever have to fight. Lasting 9 long months, consuming hours of grinding a day. Ladies and gentlemen, the Great Potato War. Legend has it that Techno started farming potatoes to get hot potato books for his set of superior armor. After a few days, he realized that he had farmed enough potatoes to be in the top 50 of all players on Hypixel. Upon realizing this, he decided he had to be number 1. His grind for the most potatoes began by grinding for more minion slots. He figured the more minions he had, the easier he'd be able to catch up to first place. So he spent hours grinding and achieved the 22nd minion slot. Now that he had 22 potato minions, all he had to do was optimize them. Next, he proceeded to upgrade all of the minions to level 9 to increase production, as well as adding a farming crystal to improve output by 10%. Now that his potato pyramid was fully functional, he decided to look into the first place potato farmer to see what he was doing. By looking through posts made on the Hypixel forums, he was able to calculate number 1's potato output, and what he found shocked him. The man in first was outpacing Techno, even with less minions. He then realized this battle would not be over soon, and thus was born Technoblade's biggest rival on Skyblock, Squid. Squid had already been farming for months, so he already had about a 7 million potato lead on Techno. Even with the most powerful farm he could make, it would still take up to 6 months to close the gap. If the Blade wanted any chance of defeating Squid, he would have to find another way. After close speculation, Techno found a major problem with Squid's farm. The minions were too close together. This caused the minions to try to farm on other minions' land, causing no potatoes to be farmed on certain cycles, provided a player was on the island. Techno took advantage of this by leaving his alt account in Squid's AFK pool, dragging down the efficiency of his farm by up to 90%. Upgrading, gathering catalysts to power his minions, and AFKing led to Squid's lead being completely decimated in a matter of days. And Technoblade was now the number 1 potato farmer. After a confrontation and some more upgrades, Techno was convinced that there was no hope for Squid. But he was wrong. After the first potato war was uploaded, everyone started farming potatoes for themselves. Everyone wanted to feel like they were a part of their own potato war. However, some people took inspiration differently. Within days, countless people had decided to help Squid by paying him millions in Skyblock coins or giving him the materials to unlock new minion slots. While Techno was taking a break from the madness, Squid assembled an even more powerful farm than Techno's and started to catch up. Upon seeing this, Techno made his plans private and assembled his own team of players to take out Squid. Their first mission was to unlock the 24th minion slot, which had never been done before by a solo player. And after 3 days of grinding, him and his team had all the required materials to unlock the 24th minion slot. The next upgrade he went for was the Flycatcher. Even though the stat boost was minuscule and the work required to get one was ridiculous, he had to get it as Squid had already started gathering the materials to make one. Once both of them had flycatchers on all of their minions, they had both reached the limit for potato output from their farm, and thus had to start farming by hand. Every day, the two of them farmed for hours, and Techno's lead grew as fast as his potatoes. Before long, he calculated that he was about 22 million potatoes ahead of Squid, which would take 200 plus hours of farming to make up. And right when they both thought the war was surely over, Hypixel released the pet update. At first glance, none of the pets had abilities that would help increase farm output, but upon acquiring a legendary rabbit pet, Techno realized that the legendary variant had a secret ability that could increase the output of farming minions by up to 30% at max level. By the time Squid found out 4 days later, it was too late. Techno's pet had already leveled up quite a bit, giving him an even bigger lead. And with that, the war moved into its final stages. In the third installment of the Potato War series, Techno revealed all of the plans he had to hide in the previous episode. By finding a loophole in the Rabbit Pet's boost, he was able to sabotage Squid's production at night, costing him upwards of 2 million potatoes over the 2 weeks it took him to realize what was happening. After more sabotaging and refining, Techno's lead was growing daily, but there was no end in sight. Soon, the two reached an agreement. First to reach 500 million potatoes would win the war. Simon, the owner of Hypixel, soon responded to the tweets saying the winner would get a surprise, and so the race continued. Both farmed for hours and hours a day, slowly closing in on 500 million potatoes. But something happened on June 6, 2020, that would change the war entirely. A new update added an enchant that automatically replanted crops when farmed, and an item was added that compacted items in a player's inventory so they don't have to spend time crafting. This upped Squid's farm output by 6 times what it was before, and meant that Technoblade's league could be completely obliterated in just a few days. Starting then, the two of them grinded for up to 12 hours each day. This would be the final stretch of the war. 2 weeks after the new update, Techno started a live stream on YouTube where he showed himself reaching 500 million potatoes. Technoblade had won the war. And a temporary NPC was added to the lobby, giving Techno a potato crown as the prize for his victory. Following the war, Techno and Squid stopped farming and moved forward with other things. And with this, the story of the Great Potato War is finished. During the war, another series began on Techno's channel. He had been invited to join the biggest Minecraft SMP series ever, including upwards of 100 other YouTubers playing on a small-scale replica of the real world. This marks the beginning of SMP Earth. December 1st, 2019. Technoblade uploads his first SMP Earth video titled SMP Earth, The Empire Begins. With a plan of world domination, Techno began gathering resources. After exploring much of the land in Africa, gathering all he could find, he traveled to Antarctica, which he claimed as the mainland of his empire. Techno began to recruit allies such as Philza and VoiceOver Pete, defending the land against any threat that had entered. This day marked the beginning of the Antarctic Empire of SMP Earth. Roughly 2 weeks later, Techno and Philza began to take action. Using planes, the two started claiming a large perimeter, one chunk at a time, for their faction. This ultimately resulted in the Antarctic Empire claiming nearly the entire map. This conquest of roughly 70% of the map angered many of the other players on the server, and caused another creator, Wilbursa, to hold a trial. After some deliberation, a new set of laws were formed. Techno's plan of world domination would have to wait. 1 week later, the Antarctic Empire was thriving. No conflicts had arisen, until one man threatened it all. A new danger was about to face Techno and his allies.
I'm so strong! Watch me!
Okay, maybe not the most dangerous person. And so began a time known as the Battle of the Bridges. As the Antarctic Empire expanded into new lands, a bridge was constructed to connect their expanding territories. An outsider, Tommy Yennin, traveled this bridge in an attempt to assassinate the leaders of the Antarctic. They were forced to fight back, starting a war. After a long while of fighting on the bridge, the battle was over for the time being. Techno then enlisted help from Wilbur and traveled to find Tommy's new bridge. Once Tommy had spotted the two at his bridge, the battle resumed. The combat continued, taking them all around the world until no winner was crowned. The battle had gone on too long. Tommy's faction, Business Bay, had agreed to sign a peace treaty with the Antarctic. After careful negotiation, the treaty was burned. They burned it. The war between Business Bay and the Antarctic Empire therefore continued. The final violent meeting between the factions began when Tommy challenged Techno to a battle. This did not go well for Tommy as he ended up dying multiple times. After being drop-kicked by Technoblade, Tommy led him to a desert where he had set a pit trap. Of course, Techno suspected the trap and did not fall victim to it. Tommy later explained that his plan was to let Techno kill him several times before leading him into the trap and killing him. Unfortunately for Tommy, only the first part of his plan worked. Tommy and Technoblade continued to 1v1 in the desert, resulting in Tommy dying an additional 3 times. A 3v3 battle then followed this. The teams were Techno, Sneeg, and Filza versus Tommy, Sylvie, and Grunk. Technoblade and his team ended up winning by a long shot. To try and end the chaos, Tommy and it made an attempt at giving the speech. Long story short, this ended in Tommy's death. Again. Tommy Innit and Technoblade agreed to sign a treaty called the Treaty of Da Pit. At long last, the war was over. This marked the end of Techno's SMP Earth videos, leaving both sides neutral. Technoblade, having won every single battle, was undoubtedly the winner. Shortly after the disaster of an ending to Minecraft Mondays and in the midst of Minecraft Saturdays, which never really took off the way Minecraft Monday did, a new, completely original event was announced known as Minecraft Championship. This event put a completely new spin on the classic minigame style and posed itself as a fun, lighthearted event in contrast to the intense competition of Minecraft Mondays. This attracted Technoblade to participate in the event over Minecraft Saturdays, which would ultimately prove a good decision, as Minecraft Saturdays ended only a few months later, while Minecraft Championship is still running today. Technoblade joined Minecraft Championship on their second tournament, which took place on February 9th, 2020. His teammates included S-Major, Wilbursoot, and Gamerbury. Their team did well, just not well enough to secure the win. By the end of week 1, their team placed 4th overall out of 10, and Techno landed 3rd place on the solo leaderboards with 3,669 points, only 100 behind Quig, who placed 1st. A respectable performance, but nothing compared to his fear-inducing performances during Minecraft Monday. Techno wasn't satisfied. The next event did not go much better. His team peaked at 4th place and ended the event in 5th, although Techno did considerably well individually, scoring 4th place with 2,700 points. With 2 okay performances under his belt, Techno was looking for a breakout week. To keep his reputation, he needed a win. And along came Minecraft Championship 4. This week, Techno's team included 3 other creators he knew well from SMP Earth: Wilbursoot, Filza, and Tommy Innit. His team was stacked. And going into the event, they were very confident they would win. The first game of the event was Skyblockle. Things started out slow when Wilbur walked off the map. However, Tommy made up for it by pearling in on a team and pulling in 2 kills. Soon after, Techno got a trident with loyalty and went on an absolute rampage. Wiping out team after team, Techno and Tommy combined for 14 kills, winning the game and securing 1st place after round 1. Game number 2 was Big Sales at Buildmart. Techno died a few times, Tommy and Filza argued like a married couple, and their team finished 3rd. Next up was Survival Games. They had a similar start to Skyblockle, with Tommy Innit being the first player eliminated of the whole game. The game progressed slowly, but Techno was able to kill James Charles. Yeah, that James Charles. Due to the city layout, many teams were able to find shelter in buildings. This led to an epic final battle between the last 25 people that would decide who won the game. Through kill stealing, cleaning, and getting stuck in cobwebs, Techno managed to finish with 5 kills and their team placed 3rd overall. Game number 4 proved to be one of their best. These were the highlights of To Get to the Other Side.
Oh, I just fell off.
First, Tommy in second. The 1,000 bedwars win streak was all for this.
Woo, first!
Nice, nice.
We win these.
Third. Third. Oh.
Go! Dynamic duo!
Bro, we've gotten first every time, I think. First, third, 13th, 14th. Dude, we're killing it.
Red Rabbits not on this leaderboard.
Oh, they're gone. They're gone. Good day.
Second place!
Yes!
Second place. Second place.
Where do you go?
Eighth. Still pretty good. Still pretty good. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who is this audience member named Techno Sucks? Who put this in the game? Excuse me? Why is I'm a Squid Kid in this?
Fourth.
And fifth, good enough. And Technoblade MVP.
Standing strong in first place going into the 5th round, things were looking promising. The next round would be audience takeover, meaning the viewers got to vote on a Twitter poll what game would be played next. After an extremely close vote, Techno got the game he wanted, Rocket Spleef. After Tommy said,
Just killed a woman. Feeling good.
and Philza carried, they got second and moved on to Game 6. This was BattleBox. They got off to an amazing start, winning 5 games with nearly max points. But in match 6, their closest rivals, the Red Rabbits, beat them by distracting Tommy, who's the only one with a sword, leaving Techno alone in the middle. They went on to lose one more match, finishing 7-9, keeping their first place position overall in the tournament. In Hole in the Wall, something happened that clinched their position in the final duel.
Tied with a second place player, so it's fine.
How did I glitch through that? I'm hacking. Yes! Thank you, America! I just got 500 points. That's way too much. That's way too much. 30 seconds. We got this.
There you go, Tenno, you won! Tenno,
Yes! Yes!
Oh, we're 1,100 ahead of second.
Oh my god, dude, it's worth way too many points. Look at that leaderboard.
After pulling second in Parkour Warriors in Game 8, it was finally time for the final duel. Dodgeball.
Oh, they're giving it to Vic. Okay, kill Vic. He's the guy actually shooting.
I got one.
Wait, did they get me and Tommy at the same time?
Yeah.
Also, why
I
are my
got
textures
Vic.
not loading? Okay, there we go.
Nice. Good.
Oh,
Nice.
Come on.
2v1. But he's got both.
He missed. Did you get it? Nice.
Oh!
Hey, we win these.
That's one. That's one.
One more round. Nice.
Nice. To lure shots.
Nope. Oh, they're going for me, man. They know the strat.
Nice.
Oh, I hit the wrong one.
Yeah, you got it.
Oh, it's up to you guys.
Oh wait, I got both.
Yeah,
Just shoot Vic. Yes! We win Minecraft Championships!
Oh, we win!
We win!
Techno had finally done it. His team dominated the event and he placed number 1 on the individual leaderboards by over 1,000 points, living up to his reputation as being one of, if not the best player in the game. However, over the next 2 months, another player would rise to the top out of seemingly nowhere. Considered by many to be even better than Technoblade, this player was none other than Dream. The Dream and Technoblade rivalry began primarily from people arguing about who the best Minecraft player was. This topic is still argued to this day, but was originally brought up by the YouTube master himself, Mr. Beast. During a collab with Dream, shortly after the launch of his new gaming channel, a joke started that would evolve into one of the most talked about rivalries in gaming history.
The world's best Minecraft player is literally hovering above your head right now.
that.
Hey, Technoblade, more like Techno worse than Dreamblade.
I'm cutting all this.
If this doesn't make it in, then I am unfollowing you on Twitter.
No!
Technoblade, more like Smechnoblade. What was that? I can't hear you. Technoblade sucks, according to Dream. Before the call, he spent 10 minutes straight just saying Techno sucks.
Yeah, we were so confused.
Dream is better than Technoblade. Dream said Technoblade sucks, and then he can't kill us.
Dream just told me.
Yes. Dream, stop talking about how bad Technoblade is.
I never said anything.
We figured out his kryptonite.
This joke sparked a huge debate across the whole Minecraft community about who was actually better. Shortly after the Mr. Beast video, a video by the small creator Sipover went viral, holding over 1.4 million views today. In this video, he concluded Dream was in fact the best using a custom scoring system. Dream outscored Techno by 1 point. As tension rose between the two sides, Minecraft Championship was quickly approaching, and this time, Dream would be playing. On June 13th, 2020, Techno and Dream finally faced off in Minecraft Championship. Dream's team was the Lime Llamas because of the color of his skin, while Techno got his team named after him. Both sides were extremely confident they would win, and the battle started even before the first round.
Now, I've been seeing a lot of comments coming up to this tournament saying, oh my god, Technoblade is going to get slide tackled by Dream. Dream is going to flatten this man, alright? Technoblade is lucky he hasn't met Dream before this tournament. That's the only reason his PvP street cred has survived. And I want to tell you guys, alright? It's not going to happen. I beat him in 1.8. I'm going to beat him in 1.15. I'm going to steal his clout. It's going to be fantastic. And I also have to steal Green's clout.
Okay, what'd you eat for breakfast this morning? What'd you eat for breakfast this morning? The correct answer is bacon. Okay, that's the correct answer. Bacon.
Instead of let's get this bread game, as we say, let's get
bacon and
Spam Technoblade show. Let's get this bacon.
Round 1 was to get to the other side. This game was dominated by the Llamas, with their team holding the top 2 spots on the individual leaderboard. Techno followed in 5th. Game 2 was survival games. The Llamas got off to a very quick start, killing an entire team. Meanwhile, the Piglets got surrounded and housed by Tommy's team, who severely outgeared them. They all ended up escaping, but a massive chase broke out, leading to their entire team being killed. Then this happened.
Dream 1v4, Manhunt 1v4, 1v4 Dream.
Careful, he's gonna ender pearl up from the void.
Green slayed Dream.
Also this.
You know what? On second thought, I'm not waiting until after the game. I'm blocking Tommy on Twitter right now. I'm blocking him on Twitter right now. Tommy in it. He's gone.
And at the end of round 3, Techno's team was in 9th while Dream's was in 1st. Over the next few games, they continued to rise up the leaderboards, but after round 8, they finished in 4th, losing to the Llamas by 100 points. And now that the Potato War was over, the training arc began. The next Minecraft Championship took place on July 18th. Techno had been training for this and prepared multiple strategies to try to give himself an advantage. And that's exactly what he got. After a slower start, an amazing performance in Build Mart ended up being the pivotal point early in the competition. But even more amazing was how they pulled it off.
So last night, I spent 6 hours reviewing the VOD of every Build Mart that has ever been played and identified the 26 possible builds that we have to make, noted every material needed for all of those builds, organized them by section, and then had everyone get every item you would need. I did not get a lot of sleep yesterday. This is what it takes to win Build Mart!
For the rest of the games, they remained in 2nd place while Dream's team finished 4th, securing their spot in the final duel. These games of dodgeball would decide who walked away with the win. This is what happened.
Do it.
Oh, Feats learned how to dodge.
We got both, right?
Feats learned how to dodge. Doesn't matter, we got him.
Good. Techno, I'm dead.
2 hours, 2 hours.
2 hours.
H-Bomb's trained for this.
You could give me one if you want to fire at the same
Let's
time.
go.
Good.
Nice job, dude. Nice job.
2 down.
Good, good.
Oh, I glitched out. Ooh, scary.
Okay.
1v1.
Phil, come on, Phil.
1v1. You both have an arrow. You both have an arrow.
One arrow.
You both got one.
Grab the arrow.
It's glitching out on me. I can't pick it up. Oh.
No.
Take the shots, Callum.
I missed.
I got Pete.
Nice.
Pete's out.
Feed me the arrows. Don't shoot. What if team killing is on?
It's not.
What if it was? There's only one way to find that out.
I'm lucky.
H-Bomb
Nice.
down.
Good.
Oh!
Nice.
It's one-on-one.
Look at all these people not supporting us, man.
Oh, Pete's going for me. I mean, can I blame him?
He missed.
Nice, dude.
Good, nice, nice.
Nice.
Good.
Good job,
2v2. But they have the arrows.
Nice.
They want me dead.
They want you dead, dude.
Oh.
Nice job. Both arrows. Nice.
Nice. Come on, Techno.
Let's go.
One more round!
One more, dude.
Match point!
Yes!
Come
One
on.
more.
Hogger Champer!
I can't fail now. My friends. They're counting on me. Anime music is playing.
Cute.
Good,
it's 1v1.
good,
I have to
1v1.
dodge.
1v1.
I have to dodge.
Bruh.
Come on, come on.
No! They do not like me, team. It's up to you. It's up to you,
Yeah,
team.
Callum, do you want
Take your time.
I'd love it.
Let
I'd love it.
CPK and Philza shoot. Shoot H-bomb.
Yes.
Nice, nice, nice.
Oh no, you left H-bomb for last, you fool.
It's okay.
3, 2, 1, shoot.
Go on.
You don't want to time it. You want to take your
Yeah.
time.
Oh, I just stood there, dude.
No! Oh! No! Oh! I'm so mad.
They put up an incredible fight, but it wasn't enough. However, despite losing, they still beat Dream. The two called after the event, and a joke arose that they should be teamed up for the next event, although it was pretty obvious that would never happen. Anyway, there was some time before the next event, and during that time, Techno took part in a different event. A massive creator Hunger Games with upwards of 200 creators across multiple platforms and countries. An event that was so broken by Techno, it caused 21 of them to team against him and his 2 teammates. This is Minecraft Ultimate. Minecraft Ultimate took place on July 25th, featuring 220 creators, some of which include Captain Sparkles, Tommy Innit, Fruitberries, Bad Boy Halo, Spifey, Jerome ASF, Fundy, FitMC, and countless more. Needless to say, this event was huge, but Techno almost wasn't in it. One day before the event, the 2 players who were teamed with Calvin and Exnisterio, who are both well-respected players in the community, dropped out of the event. They scrambled to find 2 more teammates to fill their team. They got in contact with Techno, but the event organizers said he would have to count as both people due to his viewership giving him a major advantage. Techno accepted because he thought it would be hilarious to see how many kills they could get as a team of 3 in an event with only teams of 4. Going into the event, his mindset was to do just that, get as many kills as possible. His plan to get kills was to get diamond armor. This task was extremely difficult as diamonds are very rare and each lucky block costs $10. This means he would need a ridiculous amount of people to donate for the specific type of lucky block. And yet, that's exactly what happened. This pretty much made up for having one less player on their team, and the second grace period ended, the hunt began. After a few kills, they decided to all stack up on Techno and fly around using an elytra and fireworks to be able to find teams quickly. And thus began Techno playing. This went on for the majority of the tournament. Team after team had their dreams crushed by the 3-man army. They eventually reached a team total of 100 kills, which is nearly half the total amount of players. It seemed no one could stop them, but then something unbelievable happened.
Oh, look it! They have an alliance!
Would they be able to win a 21v3? Here's how it played out. With a total of 116 kills, they won the event, making 220 creators look like absolute fools. This performance had shown major developments in Techno's training arc and proved once again that he was one of the best players ever. The majority of people still believed Dream was better, but Techno would soon have his chance to prove otherwise. Just 6 days later, two major developments took place that would set the stage for the next month. First, the teams for Minecraft Championship 8 were posted, and for some reason they thought it was a good idea to team Techno and Dream. I have no idea how they looked over that multiple times and decided it was fair, but hey, I'm not complaining. It was funny. Next, MrBeast replied in true MrBeast fashion, announcing that he wanted to have Techno and Dream duel for $100,000. Now, nothing was official, but if this were to actually happen, it would be the biggest Minecraft duel in the history of the game. But for now, all the focus was on Minecraft Championship. For one day, all the arguing would stop. For one day, there would be no battle against each other. For one day, the two rivals would work together with one goal: win Minecraft Championship. On August 15th, the day finally arrived. Technoblade and Dream would join forces in Minecraft Championship 8. Hundreds of thousands watched as the tournament began. Needless to say, all the pressure was on them. They needed a good start. Amazingly, Game 1 was one of their team's strongest games, Parkour Warrior. Both Dream and Techno are exceptionally good at parkour, so it came as a surprise to no one when they finished the game in first place. So far, everything was going well, but there was a long road ahead. Game 3, Battle Box, was dominated by their team, winning 8 out of 9 rounds. After Ace Race, their team was strong in first place. It seemed like absolutely nothing could stop them. Next was the audience poll, and since Dream and Techno had the most viewers in the competition, they basically got to pick the game. However, little did they know, the next few games would threaten their place in the final duel. Game 5 was Skyblocker, the first game in the back half of the tournament. Although far ahead, Dream and Techno were still far from clinching a spot in the finals. They would have to keep winning. And this was not a good start. In the span of one game, their lead had been obliterated and they were now in second. After placing 5th in bingo, they moved down to 3rd place. As of now, the favorites for the event were out of range for the final duel. But there were still 2 games left. Game 7 was Build Mart. To win Build Mart, they would need everyone on their team to play well. And that's exactly what happened. They placed second and moved up to 2nd place overall. It came down to the final game, Sands of Time. All they had to do was hold on to 2nd place and they would have a chance to win the tournament in Dodgeball. This is how it went.
Oh, there's the parkour.
Here you go.
Where was I? I was.
I think he's talking to you.
Yeah.
I think I have narrowed it down.
All right. Back.
We have about 30 seconds.
Oh god, I'm dead.
Yeah. Oh, did he die? We don't have sand.
We don't have time. Just leave.
It's fine. There's no time.
Leave.
Just leave. No time.
Look at Dream. He's stuck in the cage.
Oh my god. Boo. Boo. I think that's enough. We're in the finals.
It was enough. They made it to Dodgeball. And now, all that stood between them and victory was the Aqua Axolotls. Round 1 was dominated by Techno. With 2 amazing dodges and 3 kills, they were now 1-0. In round 2, the Axolots killed Dream right off the bat. Then Techno killed Quig, but died shortly after, leaving Burin and Michael to try and clutch. After a close battle, Aqua won, making it 1-1. Round 3 started strong, but quickly changed momentum when Dream was killed by Quig. An epic dodge followed by a death left Burin alone in a 1v2. Then, this happened.
Take your time.
Nice! Nice!
Oh my god! Burin carry!
Suddenly, things started to look real good for them. Victory was in sight. Round 4 was going very well as it was down to a 1v3. All they had to do was hit one shot. But what happened next, nobody saw coming.
Dude! Okay, I'm out. I body blocked.
Oh, please. Take your time.
Come on, take it. We got all
Take
the
your time,
They have all
please.
their... Yeah, stay apart.
All right.
Dream's out. Dream's out. Burn, you got it. Burn, you got it.
Burn, you got an arrow.
Burn, the arrow's right behind you.
Oh, I missed both.
He's gonna predict where you're going, so you gotta be.
It all came down to this. The final round of dodgeball. A month of buildup led to this moment. Techno was the first one dead, and suddenly the fate of the game was in the hands of Dream.
Oh, yeah, let's block him.
Dream.
Oh, Dream, you got both of them.
Dream, please, please. I will tell everyone on my YouTube channel to subscribe to you.
Come on.
Thank you, Dream! Thank you, Dream!
Oh, God!
Dream was taken! #1 Minecraft player! Thank you! Thank you, Dream!
With his final arrow, Dream sealed their victory, proving to everyone that him and Techno were undoubtedly the best. But one imminent question still remained. The biggest of them all. The question that would lead to one of the most important moments of Technoblade's career. A moment that will never be forgotten as long as Minecraft exists. The question was simple. Who was the best Minecraft player? Technoblade or Dream? When the teams for Minecraft Championship 8 were posted, MrBeast tweeted saying that he wanted to have Dream and Techno duel for $100,000. At this point, nothing was set in stone, but the community exploded with speculation about who they thought would win and why. Each side gained followers, and soon you were either Team Dream or Team Techno. One of the biggest conversations about the duel was what version it would be in. This was very important, as Dream specializes in 1.9 plus PvP, while Techno specializes in 1.8. This meant that whatever version the duel was played in would give one of them an immediate advantage over the other. No true speculation could be done until the details of the duel were made public. On July 1st, everyone got in a call to discuss how the duel would work. And a few days later, Dream was spotted talking about it in a Hypixel lobby. He stated that the duel would be best of 10, 5 duels on 1.16, and 5 duels on 1.8. This meant the fight would be even and would come down to who could beat the other player at their own version. Countless videos of predictions and updates on new information ensured that this would be the deciding factor of who was truly the best Minecraft player. The two spent the next month training, learning every trick, attempting to get every edge possible against their opponent. As the weeks went by, tension continued to rise between the two sides. Everyone had their own predictions about what they thought would happen. Until finally, on Thursday, August 27th, they all got in a call and recorded the duel. Later, they announced the video would be posted that weekend. In 2 days' time, one of them will be $100,000 richer. Over a month of analyzing footage, comparing skill, and making predictions would finally come to a close. And the sun would rise with a new king of Minecraft. The day of the duel finally arrived, and everybody was on the edge of their seat waiting for the notification. Excitement went through the roof as we would finally find out who won. At 11 a.m. PST, the premiere began, and in 14 minutes, we would have a winner. Here is what happened in those 14 minutes. The version of the first battle was to be decided by a coin flip. Heads, and the first fight would be 1.8. Tails, and it's 1.16. The coin landed on heads, which meant the first duel would be fought on Techno's version 1.8. The duel began, and the world watched as the two began to fight. After the initial battle, it looked like Dream was going to win, but Techno knocked him onto a platform and used math to get 2 free hits. All he had to do was finish it, and that's exactly what happened. Round 1 went to Techno. They established in the rules of the duel that every fight would switch versions to keep someone from immediately gaining a huge lead. So round 2 would be fought on Dream's home field, 1.16. Techno came out strong, getting 2 axe crits on Dream, taking out nearly half his health in seconds. However, the back half of the fight was owned by Dream, who came back and won round 2. Although Dream won, everyone realized just how close the two were in skill on both versions. This would come down to the end. Battle number 3 was back on 1.8, and the score was 1-1. Still anybody's game. Dream went in first, getting a quick combo, but Techno pulled it back, and after the first interaction they both had 8 hearts left. After a long stalemate, they finally went back to fighting. It was incredibly close. Techno got one extra hit and that's what won it for him. He finished the round with half a heart. Now that Techno was back in the lead, the pressure was once again on Dream. Round 4 took place in 1.16 again. Techno took sudden interest in the floor and then began to attack. After a quick exchange, Techno was up 3 hearts on Dream. This was his chance to change the tide. The two went at it again, trading axe crits until Techno killed Dream, sparing 3 hearts. He had just beaten Dream at his own version. With a comfortable 3-1 lead and the next duel being fought on Techno's version, things were looking up. But all the momentum disappeared when Dream got an insane combo that saved his chances at victory. The duels were halfway over and Techno held a 3-2 lead. At this point, over 300,000 people were watching the premiere, which is nearly 5 football stadiums worth of people. The stakes were incredibly high, and the back half of the games would decide it all. Dream dominated Game 6 in 1.16, winning with 7 out of 10 hearts remaining. The biggest win of the day. The game was now tied at 3-3. They traded the next 2 duels and suddenly it was 4-4. This meant whoever won would not be able to lose the duel. Although round 9 took place in 1.8, Dream got the early lead and Techno ran away to regen. After lots of running, they began to fight again. They traded hits and Techno started to pull ahead until Techno had taken the pressure off himself and placed it all on Dream. The worst he could do was tie. With hundreds of thousands watching and 100k on the line, this final duel would decide it all. Technoblade, once an above-average Skywars player, was now battling in front of nearly 10 million people in what would be the biggest duel in gaming history. And he was 1 game away from victory. This is what happened. He had done it. He had bested Dream. In a career built from number 1s, he finally had one more to add to the collection. The biggest of them all. Technoblade was now the best Minecraft player. In his 6-year journey on YouTube, Technoblade has put together one of the most impressive and accomplished careers of any Minecraft player, and I don't think he's quitting anytime soon. If you had any bit of enjoyment during this video, please subscribe, it would mean the world to me. I'm working on many more videos just like this one, so make sure you have notifications on to always catch a new video when it drops. And with that, there's only one thing left to say. We win these. Today, I will be telling part 2 of The Legend of Dream. If you haven't seen part 1 yet, make sure to go check it out as it explains everything you need to know going into this video. Also, 97% of people who watch my videos are not subscribed, so if you enjoy the videos at all, make sure to subscribe as it will make my day. Thank you. Anyway, I present to you part 2 of The Legend of Dream. December 26th. 2019. A day that would redefine Dream's channel. It was the day of the first ever Minecraft Manhunt. This first video was titled Beating Minecraft but my friend tries to stop me. If you're not familiar with the rules of Minecraft Manhunt, it's pretty simple. One player attempts to beat Minecraft while 1 or more hunters try to kill them. These hunters have infinite lives and their only goal is to kill the speedrunner. If the speedrunner is able to kill the Ender Dragon before dying once to the hunters, they win. But if the hunters kill them once, the speedrunner loses. Because this was the first time Dream and George had ever done a manhunt, neither of them really had a clear idea of what they were doing, and it showed in some of the decisions they made. To start off the video, Dream ran off before George even realized. This allowed Dream to craft a wood sword and kill George with no problems at all. Because of this, Dream got away within 30 seconds of the manhunt, which is something we never see today. Another mistake George made throughout the manhunt was constantly telling Dream where he was. This gave Dream plenty of time to prepare for battle and took away the element of surprise. Despite his loss, the video did amazing, pulling in over 7.5 million views to this day, and was the first video in what would be the most successful Minecraft series ever. But why did this series do so well? What made Minecraft Manhunt the most viewed Minecraft series on YouTube? Well, the audience didn't know it yet, but Dream did. This series had potential. Lots of it. And this video was only the tip of the iceberg. 5 days later, Dream uploaded his sequel to the first manhunt. This video went much smoother for Dream. He was able to escape George off the start by punching him into a cobweb. And throughout the rest of the video, it seemed almost as if George was the one being hunted. After fighting his way into the stronghold, Dream seeked to kill George to send him thousands of blocks back to spawn. What resulted was an intense chase lasting several minutes that resulted in George's death. Because Dream had not gotten all the pearls he needed to complete the portal, he searched for Endermen, in the process enchanting many of his tools and weapons. Then, he entered the end. Dream had now made it considerably farther than his first attempt and was mere minutes away from winning his first manhunt. But George was close on his tail. With full iron armor and ready to fight, Oh. Well, dang. Because he placed a bed outside the portal, George quickly found his stuff and this time was ready to kill Dream. Or maybe not? Anyway, George came back yet again, and this time, he had a plan. He was going to try and kill the dragon before Dream. Oh, come on! And with this, Dream won his very first manhunt. Dream continued making variations of the manhunt style, including videos such as Minecraft Speedrunner vs Assassin, even featuring the creator of Minecraft, Notch, for one of these videos, Minecraft Speedrunner vs Full Diamond Juggernaut, and even a Minecraft manhunt with Dream as the hunter. Believe it or not, this manhunt came down to the end. George had found the stronghold, but Dream was hot on his trail. Dream dug down and began chasing George, stopping only to set his bed spawn in the stronghold. After a few minutes, George escaped to the surface. Dream followed close behind and the chase continued. Narrowly escaping with a boat, George was able to loop back around to his entrance into the stronghold. Dream, still close behind, mined down and followed. Why? Why does this always happen? Literally every single time! George entered the end and all hope was lost for Dream. For with his death, he lost all of his stuff as well as his chances at winning. Why do I even do this anymore? Finally, Dream and George met for one final manhunt. This would decide who truly won, as both George and Dream had won one manhunt each. Little did they know, the ending would be the most important of the entire series. This manhunt was the first to include traps. The first trap Dream set was with his nether portal. After making the portal, he entered so George would see him get the achievement. Knowing George would do anything he could to get to the portal before Dream left, Dream immediately returned to the overworld and hid in the village. The second George arrived at the portal, he jumped out of hiding and killed him, sending George back to square one and buying himself lots of time. The second trap was set at the stronghold. After killing George, Dream entered the stronghold and built a lava trap in the portal room. He sat and waited for George to dig down to him, and as soon as he did, Dream killed him yet again. And after gathering a few more ender pearls, he entered the end. But this time, George was fully prepared. What resulted was the most epic battle to this point in the series. The two fought as Dream slowly drained the health of the dragon. With each swing of the sword, he inched closer to victory until...
No! Yes! Yes! No, 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 no! No! No, 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 no! Yes! 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 Oh my god! No, no, no! You didn't even go through the portal. You didn't go through the portal.
Dream won. Or did he? George claimed that since Dream didn't enter the portal after killing the dragon, the win didn't count. While Dream argued that simply killing the dragon counted as a win. This debate resulted in what would be the most important rule clarification in the series. To win a manhunt, the speedrunner must kill the dragon, but is not required to enter the portal afterwards. By this logic, the win goes to Dream, and along with it, the series win against George. In the early days of Minecraft Manhunt, Dream was good, but nothing compared to what he is today. Why? What happened in between now and then that made him so much better? The answer is simpler than you may think. There's a time in between the early and later days of Manhunt. A time that forever changed how Dream played the game and improving his skill to levels he could never have imagined. This was the age of speedrunning. In early March 2020, Dream began to grind constantly for a new type of video he wanted to do. What made this idea different, however, was the sheer difficulty of actually doing it. Dream was attempting to break the Minecraft 1.14 random seed speedrun world record. At the time, the record was held by popular Minecraft streamer Illumina HD, and stood at 32 minutes 37 seconds. Dream's plan was to beat this record, taking Illumina's spot at number 1. According to Dream, he spent 2 weeks straight grinding speedruns trying to get the one that would beat Illumina. And on March 15th, he finally did. The run started off very well for Dream, as he found 2 desert temples right next to spawn. The first temple proved very useful to Dream as it gave him 12 iron ingots. Dream stated directly after that this was about as good of a start as you could possibly hope for. Next, he crafted flint and steel and used it to efficiently gather cooked food. On his way to the second temple, Dream noticed a lava pool nearby which could be used to create another portal. The second temple wasn't very useful to Dream other than providing him with a few gold ingots and 2 golden apples. After exiting the second temple, Dream uses the nearby lava pool to build a nether portal and enter, all within the first 5 minutes of the run. After mining a few blocks in the nether, Dream noticed a nether fortress with a double spawner right below him. This was huge, and allowed him to leave the nether after only 8.5 minutes despite a very close call. All he needed now was ender pearls. Because he had gotten gold from the temple and there was a forest directly next to the village he was in, Dream was able to quickly mine wood and use trading techniques to gather all 12 ender pearls from a villager along with an extra. Armed with 13 Eyes of Ender, Dream began his search for the stronghold. At this point, he was 22 minutes into the run and knew he had a chance to break the record. Within 5 minutes, he had located the stronghold and dug straight into the portal room, entering the end with almost 5 minutes to spare. After some trouble with the crystals and a few close calls, Dream managed to kill the dragon, beating Illumina's record by 16 seconds and giving Dream the world record. This video did amazing for Dream, holding over 9 million views today and was one of the reasons Minecraft speedrunning is so popular today. However, Illumina was not ready to accept defeat. And just 1 week after Dream took his record, he stole it right back with an astounding time of 27 minutes 26 seconds. The main difference with Illumina's run was the use of an acacia village and TNT to gather all the wood required to trade, rather than mining it all by hand. This took Dream 8 minutes when chopping wood, but only took Illumina 3 by blowing up the village houses and gathering the dropped wood. Combine that with greater efficiency throughout the run, and you have yourself a new world record. And yet, despite it taking Dream nearly 2 weeks to get the last world record, it took him only 2 days to break it again. This run was very similar to Illumina's, getting lucky with the nether spawn and utilizing village strats to trade quicker. The main time save came when searching for the portal. Dream and Illumina had thrown their first eye at nearly the same time, but Dream had found the stronghold almost a minute sooner. Dream was also faster to find the portal room, saving yet another 30 seconds. This meant that although Dream was 45 seconds slower than Illumina to kill the dragon, he was still able to claim the world record. Dream's new record stood for a few weeks, but was then taken down by Illumina once again. Over the next month or so, Dream would take a break from speedrunning to focus on his rapidly growing channel. Then, all of a sudden, he returned with yet another world record. Over the month he took off, the record had been lowered to 22 minutes and 23 seconds by another respected speedrunner in the community, Real Benex. This record was far from his previous one, being over 4 minutes faster. It would take a lot for Dream to beat it, but on June 10th, Dream uploaded this. He had beaten Benex's record by 20 seconds and was once again the world record holder. Today, that run stands in 5th place and the world record is just over a minute faster. All in all, Dream more than proved himself to be a capable speedrunner, and across the weeks of grinding had gotten incredibly good at the game. This really pushed his skill to the next level and would change the dynamic of his videos forever. As the number of hunters increases in Minecraft Manhunt, something interesting happens. A strange new dynamic between the hunters and Dream arises. Suddenly, every word matters, every decision counts, and every advantage must be taken. Dream no longer has room for error. He must be nearly perfect. This is where his speedrunning experience really comes into play. After weeks of nearly 12-hour days, Dream has beating Minecraft down to a science. The Dream from the first manhunts is now gone, and in his place lies the Dream we know today, a true speedrunner. This dramatic increase in skill is what allowed him to double the difficulty of Minecraft Manhunt by adding another hunter. Double the stakes, double the difficulty, and yet double the reward. Dream uploaded Minecraft Speedrunner vs 2 Hunters on April 19th, 2020. And with this, he could no longer just rely on his PvP skill to win in fights. He now had to create his own advantages through tricking the hunters. He began this right away, asking George and Sapnap if they wanted to check the seed to make sure it was good, only to run off and get a few second head start. One dolphin later and Dream was off. His next trap he set once again involved him entering and immediately leaving the nether. After building his portal, Dream dug multiple pathways leading away from his portal and placed a lava trap under where George was digging. After George fell in the lava, he ran away to regen. Meanwhile, Dream and Sapnap fought. Because of his diamond sword, Dream had the advantage and won the fight. George burned to death, and just like that, the two had nothing, and Dream was into the nether. However, as Dream was getting ready to leave the nether, George was camping the portal. Dream was confident in his ability to kill George as he had a diamond sword while George only had an iron one. But George got a quick combo on Dream, so he had to run. After realizing he had reached a dead end, he jumped off the cliff, ender pearled back to the portal, and escaped. Although Sapnap was waiting for him on the other side, Dream used one of the pathways he created to run away, escaping the hunters yet again and beginning his search for the stronghold. After an intense fight at the stronghold, Dream entered the end, his newfound skill shining through as he rushed to slay the dragon. As he finished off the last of the end crystals, the hunters awaited him at the bottom of the tower. This would be the final battle. 2 hunters and 1 dragon versus Dream. What resulted was a long and epic battle in the end. A combination of running, fighting, and killing that finally concluded in one final chase. As Dream neared the edge of a cliff, the 2 hunters cut him off. It seemed that all hope was lost. They hit him off the edge and cut off his water. With nothing to save him, Dream fell to his inevitable doom. Until a miracle happened. George had accidentally killed Sapnap, and Sapnap's ender pearls fell off the side of the map directly into the hands of Dream. He had been saved. Shocked and confused, George pursued him and was eventually killed by Dream, who lived on 1 heart. And that is how Dream won his first manhunt with multiple hunters. Over the next few weeks, Dream began to experience a completely new level of growth on his channel as his Minecraft Manhunt series, led by his newest edition, truly began to gain traction. Because of this newfound success, Dream knew he had to ramp up the intensity of the manhunts even more. And what better way to do this than to add another hunter? On May 13th, just under a month after his 2 hunters video, Dream uploaded Minecraft Speedrunner vs 3 Hunters. This took things to a whole new level yet again, as Dream had to rely almost exclusively on creative traps to kill the hunters, since there was no chance of winning a 3v1. At the start of the challenge, the hunters were completely unprepared yet again, with Bad being AFK waiting for an intro. Before they caught up, Dream was able to grab 2 pieces of wood. Because there was no way he could win a 3v1 fight, Dream had to be creative. And that he was. While running, he spotted a ravine with a pool of water at the bottom and jumped in, immediately covering the pool with blocks and causing all 3 hunters to die of fall damage. This was his first trap of the video and bought him some time to escape. Following this first encounter, the group was very disorganized. Therefore, Dream was able to single off and kill them many times until he entered the Nether. Here, Dream executed his next trap, a bed bomb. His plan was to hide in a room next to his Nether portal and wait for the hunters to enter. He would then proceed to blow them all up using a bed. This plan worked flawlessly and set the hunters back yet again. Dream's next plan was to use all the time he bought in the Nether to brew potions of strength to even the playing field. This plan also worked perfectly, as Dream was able to kill both George and Sapnap in a matter of seconds. At this point, things were looking great for Dream, but then something happened that Dream didn't expect at all. This time, the hunters would not get outplayed. He would.
Oh, we're looking for some iron. We're looking for some iron.
You just narrate literally everything you do, don't you?
I do.
Dude, my inventory is so full that I had to have a chest in the Nether with stuff from my. What?
Come on.
The hunters had completely tricked Dream, and it nearly killed him. From this point on, Minecraft Manhunt became much more than mere friends playing a Minecraft challenge for a YouTube video. It grew into a constant psychological chess game with no breaks and mind games on top of mind games, all in an attempt to catch their opponent off guard. And this was just the beginning, as little did Dream know, the hunters had planned a trap so good that this time, there would be no escape. Dream utilized invisibility potions to sneak into the portal room. Here he completed the end portal, trapping Bad inside. As George and Sapnap chased Dream through a ravine, Bad set up a trap that would win the hunters the challenge. And as Dream entered the portal, this happened.
What? No!
Please, please, please.
No!
Yes! Yes! Let's go! Yes!
This manhunt was a wake-up call for Dream. He quickly learned that he wasn't the only one thinking of traps and playing mind games. This was a two-sided fight, and would only get more intense. This time, the video blew up even more than the 2 Hunters video, pulling in over 35 million views to this day, quickly becoming the most successful video on his channel at the time. Because of this, Dream knew he had to call for a rematch, and that's exactly what he did. On May 28th, Dream uploaded Minecraft Speedrunner vs 3 Hunters Rematch. And this time, both sides have put together plans to outplay the other. Dream started this right away by faking not being ready and running off. This gave him a huge head start. Despite this, he was only able to grab 4 logs before the group caught up to him. This time, the hunters were much more organized and managed to get him to 1 heart before he towered into a tree. He was trapped. Or so they thought. Dream gathered wood from the tree, bridged over a pool of water, and jumped in, allowing him to escape yet again. After a long chase, the hunters decided to regroup and prepare for the next battle. Throughout the manhunt, the hunters' main plan was to stick together, as not doing that nearly lost them the last one. This forced Dream to constantly run and gave him little chance to fight back. Dream's next plan came in the Nether. He once again decided to brew potions, but this time he made potions of fire resistance. Little did he know, these would end up saving his life in a matter of minutes. As he was smelting, the hunters found him. And after an intense chase, they cornered him on a cliff. With nowhere to go, Dream jumped off the cliff, drank his fire resistance potion, and survived. With this, he was able to exit the Nether, and once again, the hunters regrouped to prepare for the final battle. But they had a plan. All 4 of them entered the stronghold at the same time, but the hunters found the portal room first. They then proceeded to cover the whole portal in obsidian, making it impossible to enter without killing all 3 of the hunters, as they would all be camping the portal. But Dream had another idea. He would go to the second stronghold. If you don't know, every Minecraft world can have up to 128 strongholds, with a few of them being located somewhat close to spawn. Dream decided that even though it would take a while, it would be safer to find a second stronghold rather than attempting to kill all 3 hunters. So, that's what he did. As Dream found the stronghold and entered the end, the hunters were nowhere in sight. Dream managed to take out most of the dragon's health before the hunters made it to the end, but he quickly realized the last bit of damage would be the hardest to get. With the dragon about to die, the hunters pulled out their last trick: strength potions. With this, Dream was 2-shot with an iron sword, and he knew if he wanted to win, he had to do something quick. Then, with everything on the line, this happened. Dream had won against 3 hunters. At this point, Dream was experiencing growth he had never seen before, and many of his amazing plays went viral. This level of intensity and competition had truly never been seen before in a Minecraft series. Many people saw his quick thinking and clutch plays as unmatched by any other player. The conversation arose of who the best Minecraft player was, and many considered that player to be Dream. To clarify, this was only considering larger creators and was heavily centered around competitions such as PvP, speedrunning, or events, and for the sake of this video, that is our definition of best Minecraft player. So please don't try to fight me in the comments. Please. While Dream was widely considered to be the best, there was one other player who challenged this position. A player unlike anyone else in the community. He goes by many names, is known for many things, but all of these paths lead back to one man, Technoblade. After dominating the large creator Minecraft tournament Minecraft Monday in late 2019, the name Technoblade induced fear into the minds of anyone who crossed him. He was known for being virtually unbeatable. People treated him as a god, and from the sheer number of accomplishments he's managed to gather, that's not much of an exaggeration. Unlike Dream, who had grown off crazy challenges and genius ideas, Techno grew off of one thing and one thing only: his skill. Although many people knew Dream was great at the game, others pointed out that he had only really played against his friends. To these people in the community, he still had something to prove. If he wanted to be the best, he had to take down Techno. Dream's first time playing against Techno was actually on Techno's home field, Minecraft Monday. Dream joined Minecraft Monday in week 9 and teamed with Bad Boy Halo. Together, they managed to get 4th place, beating Techno's team by 5 points. However, Techno did completely carry his teammate, getting over 900 out of their 1,300 points and taking 1st place on the individual leaderboards. He was still the best, and Dream knew there was plenty of work to do if he wanted to beat Techno. Dream knew that beating Techno in Minecraft Monday would be very difficult, and his early dominance would overshadow any success Dream managed to have. So he decided to focus on a different event. One where the style of games was a better fit for his playstyle. Something new and popular that would allow Dream to beat Techno in front of a crowd. The perfect opportunity arose just a few months later, and would grow to be the biggest Minecraft tournament today. This was the beginning of Minecraft Championship. Dream joined Minecraft Championship on their 6th event, and he made it all about Techno, hoping that creating this rivalry and winning would prove his skill even more. And as the tournament began, things were looking good. Really good. In the early stages of the game, Dream's team dominated, holding 1st place all the way through Game 5. Meanwhile, Techno's team struggled. After many below-average performances in the first 4 rounds and a great round 5, Techno's team stood in 4th. At this point, things were looking amazing for Dream, as his team was not only beating Techno, but everyone else as well. However, despite their early dominance, their lead would disappear at the hands of one game: Build Mart. Throughout Build Mart, Dream's team struggled, getting 9th place out of 10 teams. Bad organization was their main downfall, as they relied on George, who's literally colorblind, to get colored blocks.
What is this? I'm colorblind. This is not fair.
Are you actually colorblind?
Oh no!
I didn't get glazed terracotta.
Okay, I can get it. What color is it?
I don't know.
Nice.
I don't know. What color is this glazed terracotta, maths? Tell Dream. Orange.
Blue, yellow, pink, and orange and blue.
What is it? Orange, blue. Okay, I think it's like looks like it's like orange, blue, and white. It's like a fish, sort of.
It's not fair. I'm colorblind. It's not fair. No, I'm colorblind.
Lime.
Come on, George. You got it. Is this one lime? Lime. I have lime. How much?
We are not builders.
This performance dropped them all the way down to 3rd place. 1,500 points behind first. Going into Sands of Time, the Llamas needed to gain 1,200 points on second place to make it to Dodge Bowl. This would be difficult, but not impossible. After a solid performance in Sands of Time and an extremely low score from the second place Blue Bats, it all came down to the final game. Foot race. Dream and Techno were close for most of the round, but Dream managed to pull ahead towards the end, beating Techno by 1 spot. The rest of the team did good, but in the end, it wasn't enough to get them into Dodge Bowl. That being said, Dream did accomplish exactly what he set out to do, achieving 3rd on the individual leaderboards, while Techno landed 9th. This would be the only video Dream would upload on Minecraft Championship and would serve as a catalyst for the events that followed. Minecraft Championship 7. 1 month after their first battle, Dream and Techno returned for round 2. But this time, things would go the other way. Techno's team of himself, Wilbursoot, Filza, and CPK would narrowly take the number 2 spot after Game 8, securing a chance to win it all in Dodge Bowl. An average team performance across all 8 games resulted in Dream's team finishing in 4th place. This time, he would watch from the sidelines as his rival went for gold. But this would not be a day of celebration for Techno either, as in the final round of Dodge Bowl, he was taken out right away, leaving the game in the hands of his teammates. This is what happened.
Shoot for the arrow, shoot for the arrow. Nice,
Yes,
nice,
come on.
nice play,
Come on,
nice
come on,
play.
come on, come on.
He's gonna get to Wilbur.
Grab the arrow, grab the arrow.
No!
No, okay, come on,
Dude,
come on,
H-Bomb's got this,
come on.
H-Bomb's got this, H-Bomb's got this.
Come on!
They're gonna choke it, they're gonna choke it.
No, they're gonna do that.
They're not.
How? That is like impossible! When you have 2 people aiming the arrows.
Come on, buddy!
Yeah, they're stressing out. He's gonna get it. I believe.
Yes! Come on!
Oh my god! What? The choke! The choke! The choke!
Once again, neither Dream nor Techno had won. But then something completely unexpected happened. Dream would have to wait to get his sweet victory over Techno, because for the next Minecraft Championship, they would be teamed. Going into Minecraft Championship 8, Dream and Techno's team were the obvious favorites. Holding 2 of some of the best players to play the game, all the pressure was on them to win. Going into the first game, they knew this, and yet it didn't matter. Dream was not only able to get first in parkour, but was also the only one to finish the course. In Parkour Warrior, you get 10 minutes to get as far as you can into the course. Dream finished in 6. After game 1, their team was well in first place, and for the next 3 games, they would keep that spot. After the Cyan Creepers took first place by getting over 4,500 points in Skyblockle, Dream and Techno remained comfortably in second. Round 6, however, did not go so great. The Aqua Axolotls had managed to get nearly 5,500 points, catapulting them to the first place position. If Dream and Techno wanted to win, they had to come back. And they had 2 games to do it. Next up was big sales at Buildmart. Techno and Dream had strategized on how to win this game before the event and ended up getting second most points of any team, moving them into second place. All they had to do was defend their spot, and they would have a chance to win the tournament. Game 8 was Sands of Time. After a death from Dream, the rest of the team exited the dungeon and prayed that it would be enough. And it was. Here was Dodge Bowl. As Techno watched from the sidelines, Dream had his chance to prove himself and win Minecraft Championship. It all came down to this. Dream had pulled through and won the Team Minecraft Championship. This win reinforced the pure skill of Dream and Techno and showed everyone once again how good they really were. But Dream still hadn't set out what he swore to do. He hadn't beaten Techno. The opportunity to do this in Minecraft Championship was now gone, as any win over the Blade from then on would be overshadowed by the fact that Dream hadn't won once until Techno was on his team. This only left one option, one way to directly prove who was better. Dream knew they had to 1v1. And lucky for him, he knew a guy. While Dream was playing in Minecraft Championship, his Minecraft Manhunt series began to explode. While continuing his 3 Hunters series, he began experiencing the fastest growth he has ever seen on his channel. His clips going viral. Every YouTuber on the platform trying to replicate his success. He was taking over. It seemed that just as you thought that manhunts couldn't get any better, they did. And what resulted from this was some of the most intense Minecraft content found on YouTube. Once again, this was Minecraft Manhunt. Mind games. As Minecraft Manhunt moved forward, it was no longer about skill. Of course, skill played a part, but skill doesn't win a 3v1 against good players. It became about mind games. Bluffing, trapping, lying, all became second nature to the members of the Dream Team. Every word must be considered, every step must be calculated, and every plan concealed behind a wall of lies. This was the new Manhunt, and from here on out, it would never go back. Dream posted the finale of Minecraft Speedrunner vs 3 Hunters on June 18th, 2020. But it wouldn't be the last. There would end up being one more before the real finale. This is what happened in those 2 manhunts. August 7th, the grand finale. Dream's most viewed video on his channel and one of the most difficult manhunts he's ever done. The culmination of the previous 4 manhunts leading up to this. This was it. Dream had won twice, and the Hunters had won twice. Whoever won this, won it all. And both sides were the most ready they've ever been. At the start, there was no tricking the Hunters. The second he ran off, they followed right behind him. As Dream mined hay bales at a nearby village, the Hunters looted blacksmith chests, getting plenty of iron armor and weapons. Dream had nothing. He kept running until he found a mountain. Using his hay bales, he jumped off the mountain, surviving and buying him enough time to make plenty of bread. With this, he was able to run from the Hunters until escaping through a small sea cave. Soon, he found diamonds, but the Hunters managed to reach him right as he was about to mine them. He managed to escape, but not before the Hunters found even more diamonds. As Dream entered the Nether, the 3 began enchanting. This put Dream at an even bigger disadvantage and pretty much guaranteed he would have to outplay them. As he entered the Nether Fortress, he quickly realized that the Hunters had already broken both of the blaze spawners. This delayed Dream significantly as he would have to get all the blaze rods from naturally spawning blazes. However, this problem was solved with a chase. Dream managed to kill George, who had just enough blaze rods to give Dream all he needed. After using an ender pearl to escape, it was an all-out race to the portal. Because Dream had managed to gather an insane amount of pearls, he was able to beat Sapnap and Bad there by teleporting. As Dream searched for the stronghold, an intense chase broke out, resulting in another genius play by Dream and him later escaping in a boat. And with this, the end drew near. As Dream was preparing for the final battle, the hunters found the stronghold. This was nothing out of the ordinary, as they had used the same strategy multiple times to try to prevent Dream from entering the end. But what they did next shocked everyone. They didn't camp the portal. No. They went through it. This left Dream defeated. He knew just as well as everyone watching that the second he stepped through the portal, he would be attacked from all angles, unable to escape whatever trap they had planned for him. All he could do was think. Think about how well he'd done before. Think about the end of it all. Think about where things had gone wrong. And think of a plan. He had a plan. One all-or-nothing shot at victory. The trick to top all. A final Hail Mary. All he needed was a bit of time. Something he had no lack of in the final moments of this manhunt. As he gathered the materials required to pull it off, his mind couldn't help but wonder. What are the chances it actually works? What trap had the hunters built that was so difficult to escape? How would the story end? And as he entered the stronghold and found the portal room, the moment of truth drew near.
There are 6.96969 billion outcomes, and only one of them do I win.
Like the odds are in our favor then. You just come in.
You're taking your time, Drew.
I am
really
taking
are.
my time.
There's no helping it. You will die.
What? What?
What?
Run! George!
No! Ah!
Yes!
What?
What just happened?
Yes!
Oh my god!
What was that?
That worked!
What worked?
Yes! No way! How did he know to do that? Oh my god! Were you guys recording? Were any of you recording?
And that is how 50 million people witnessed one of the greatest moments in Manhunt history. This chapter of Dream's legend drew to a close, and this story had a happy ending. That being said, not every story has a happy ending for Dream. The rivalry between Dream and Techno was not over yet. Neither player had shown complete dominance in Minecraft Championship, and so the debate over who was better continued. However, it wasn't just Dream that saw an opportunity with this rivalry, as the god of YouTube, Mr. Beast, had just started a gaming channel. Becoming good friends with Dream and knowing Techno from the days of Minecraft Monday, Mr. Beast had an idea. To fuel the rivalry even more and crown a victor once and for all, he would propose a duel between Techno and Dream for $100,000. For Dream, this was exactly what he needed to prove his dominance of Minecraft in front of an even wider audience. And within weeks of this idea being made public, the rules and date of the duel were set. This would be happening, and the community went crazy. It seemed everyone was speculating about who would win the fight. Both Techno and Dream trained until the day of the duel. August 27th. Months of fighting, ups and downs, led to this moment. All would be put on the line, and within mere hours, the winner would be crowned. Dream's strategy to win the duel was to win specific battles early on and force Techno into a position where he would crack indefinitely under the pressure. But Dream overlooked a crucial factor when making this plan: Technoblade himself. Techno is no ordinary opponent. In fact, he never really wanted the rivalry with Dream in the first place. At least not as much as Dream did. Because Techno's entire channel is based around him winning, losing this battle would hurt him quite a bit more than it would hurt Dream. This is why Techno was so hesitant in accepting the duel and why he trained so much for it. The stakes were high for Dream, but much higher for Techno, as not just his rivalry with Dream was at stake, but his entire reputation. What Dream failed to consider was that Techno was already feeling the pressure Dream intended to place on him. In fact, he faced it every time he turned on the camera. So, when the day of the duel arrived, Dream was quickly caught off guard. And after the first 4 rounds of the duel, Techno was up 3-1, even beating Dream at his own version, 1.16. Techno had completely flipped the script, taking key victories early in the game and putting all the pressure on Dream until it was too much. After round 9, Dream was down 5-4 and the best he could do was tie. Defeated, the pressure got to him, and Technoblade won the final round in Dream's version. Although the two agreed to split the money, the rivalry was over, and this time, Dream was on the losing side. That being said, the two remain friends to this day, and in fact, always were. Even teaming up once again in a much different story. If you watch Minecraft, I can almost guarantee you have at least heard of the Dream SMP. The story of the Dream SMP has grown to become a long and epic tale that is much too vast to be covered in this video. That being said, I will explain its origin. On the afternoon of April 25th, 2020, Dream and George decided to stream a regular survival world. In this stream, they played on a survival server together, exploring the, at the time, new 1.16 Nether update. Over the next few streams, they added the third member of the Dream team, Sapnap, to the world. They began building, creating a community house and animal farm as their home base. Soon after the server first started, It's Alyssa and Awesome Dude, 2 of their other close friends, joined the server. At this time, the world was just a casual survival world where the friends shared lighthearted fun together on stream. On July 4th, this dynamic changed when up-and-coming YouTuber TommyInnit joined the SMP. Tommy's goal was simply to stir up conflict in the server, which he did successfully, being locked in their jail on his very first day. Tommy began a story of his own, where he and his friend Tubbo, who also joined the SMP around the same time, fought to get Tommy's prized possessions, the music discs, back from Dream. This marked the beginning of what became an elaborate storyline spanning many months and capturing the hearts of millions. After the arrival of TommyInnit, the server really began to grow, with more and more streamers constantly joining the SMP. At the same time, the server started to become increasingly popular on YouTube and Twitch. Eventually, the Dream SMP became its official name and has grown many creators' channels tremendously. The server has also started many new friendships and has become a breeding ground for talented content creators. But as for the storyline, well, that's for another video. Our final story in the legend of Dream, and quite possibly the craziest, is Dream's current conclusion to his Minecraft Manhunt series. These next 3 manhunts would push his skill and quick thinking to their absolute limit, as he would be adding a 4th hunter. No matter how good you are, a 4v1 against good players is unbelievably hard to pull off, let alone beating the entire game with them trying to kill you. And yet, the struggle for mental high ground continued, and the first 2 manhunts were some of the most intense yet. Once again, the score was tied at 1-1, and it all came down to a finale. Quite possibly the most intense manhunt Dream has ever had, and one that would decide who won the initial series. The mind games, the plays, the intensity, everything was dialed up to 10. Here was, in my opinion, the best Minecraft manhunt. Dream started off the game pretending to AFK, only to run off and get a short head start on the hunters. By the time they realized, he had already gotten 3 logs, and with that, the first chase began. He was able to temporarily escape by jumping into a ravine, and that bought him enough extra time to make stone tools and mine some iron. After some more running and an extremely close call, Dream towered up and away from the hunters. Quickly running out of blocks, Dream realized he was stuck, and Sapnap closed in fast. There was only one way he could survive this, and somehow, it happened. Narrowly escaping yet again, Dream was able to outgear the hunters and began taking them out. But little did Dream know, the hunters had a plan. One that would shift the tide of the manhunt. You see, the 4th hunter, Antfrost, was not present for any of the previous encounters. He was off on his own. And when he arrived, what he brought with him was multiple full sets of iron armor and tools. Dream was back on the run. The chase soon found its way to an incredibly tall mountain, and Dream was able to escape by flying away in a boat. I'm not kidding, that actually worked. After some time to gather resources, another chase broke out. This time, Dream was able to kill both George and Sapnap by trapping them in cobwebs and blowing them up, buying him enough time to enter the Nether. He was able to get all of the pearls and blaze rods he needed after winning a 2v1 against George and Sapnap using a punch bow and piercing crossbow he managed to acquire. But then Antfrost showed up, and this time he didn't have iron armor. He had diamond. The hunters enchanted their armor and now were virtually unkillable for Dream. On top of that, as Dream approached the location of his portal, he noticed something. The hunters had built a barricade around the portal and were camping it, awaiting his arrival. If he wanted to go back to the overworld, he would have to sneak into a fortified base, travel undetected past 4 full diamond hunters, and stay in the portal long enough to go through. But despite all this, the hunters failed to account for one thing. Dream had potions.
No, Dream, you are done! We literally have. You know what? I'm just gonna say it. We have like an entire squadron of. What? Don't tell them. We enchanted!
I've got enchanted everything. I've enchanted axe, enchanted shovel, enchanted pickaxe, and everything.
Oh my goodness! You're so done, Dream. There's literally nothing you can do.
Go through your dream like he's up in this.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. This is great. Guess what? We have a chance to dive it Oh my goodness. I love it. Keep your eyes peeled, by the way, guys. Keep your eyes peeled.
Making it through the portal, Dream bought even more time by pretending he was still in the Nether. With the help of dolphins, he was able to make his journey to the stronghold with little trouble. But as he found his way in, the hunters followed close behind. Dream looked for the portal room, but he couldn't find it before the hunters, so he had to come up with a plan. After scoping out the portal room, he saw that the room was being transformed and trapped to prevent Dream from finding a sneaky way in. Knowing there was no way he could survive going in with the gear he had, Dream activated his final big plan. He would kill a hunter.
He's right here! What? Kill him. Oh my god! I'm dying! I'm dead. What just happened? What happened?
What?
Yes! What?
He did this by utilizing entity cramming. By placing over 24 minecarts in a single block, any other entity that stepped on it would begin taking massive damage regardless of their armor. So by baiting and block trapping George, Dream managed to turn the tides once again, stealing all of George's stuff. He was now ready to make one final push for the portal. As the 4 hunters followed him through, the final battle took place. Winner takes all. Dream took control of one of the end pillars, defending it with his punch bow while chipping away at the dragon's health.
Of this one. Behind me? Yeah, I'm here. I was trying. No! Ah, TNT, Ant, move! No! Come on! He did so much knockback! Oh my goodness! Ant, watch out!
As the dragon reached half health, Dream jumped down to attempt to finish it off.
I'm going for him. There's just free pearls in it.
Oh, I'm dead. George!
Get him, George, get him.
Someone just MOC wolf! Oh, no! Dream!
This guy's...
No, just to alternate. Oh! Oh, yes!
Oh, yeah,
Boost. No!
I didn't see my stuff.
Oh! Oh my gosh!
With much of the hunter's stuff gone and the dragon's health low, Dream had a chance. But the one person who hadn't died was Sapnap, Dream's oldest friend of the group. There from the very beginning, was now the last one standing in the way of victory.
Just me and you, Sapnap, me and you!
Let's go! Quick, now! Just hold him off, don't let him get it! Oh my god.
Using strength, Dream was able to scare away Bat and Sapnap, buying him just enough time to pearl to the portal and...
Oh, you lose! You lose!
It was all over. Dream had done the impossible yet again. The constant struggle between Dream and the hunters was over and Dream had come out on top yet again. This was his most impressive win to date, but not just because it was against 4 hunters. The growth in skill and strategy experienced throughout all the manhunts truly showed in the actions of both sides. From mindlessly attacking in the first ever manhunt to calculated strategies in the last, the change was evident. Across Dream's career, he has always managed to get better. And despite the losses, what he has managed to accomplish in just over a year is incredible. No matter what the future holds for Dream, I have no doubts it will only get better. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the legend of Dream. If you enjoyed the video at all, make sure to subscribe. I spent so long on this video, it would really make my day. Also, make sure to go follow me on Twitch and Twitter. Those links, along with a link to my Discord server, can be found in the description. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching, have an amazing rest of your day, and I'll see you guys in the next video. L'Manberg was free. In the light of their independence, Wilbur Soot declared himself as the president of their great nation. Although no one questioned it at the time, this simple act, these few words, would spiral out of control, leading to a new era in the SMP. This was the beginning of the reign of Manberg. Really quick, this video took weeks to make, so if you could take 1 second to subscribe, it is completely free and it would make my day. Thank you. Once again, go check out Lord Cantor, who let me use his recreation of the Dream SMP for this series. The link is in the description. Also, make sure to go follow me on Twitter for some quality tweets and updates on videos. Anyway, let's start from the beginning. As the weeks went by after the war, not much happened in L'Manberg. The server was at peace, and so there wasn't much Wilbur had to do to maintain their nation. With the addition of a few new players, L'Manberg went from the only independent nation to just another spot on the SMP, a shadow of the glory it once held. And Wilbur, although being the leader of their nation, began to feel his power slipping away. His lack of presence on the server and self-declaration as president meant that he was not getting the respect or admiration he wanted as a leader. This simple fact sparked a plan in Wilbur's mind. A plan for him and Tommy to reclaim the power they rightfully deserved. Wilbur thought, what better way of getting power than having the people themselves vote for you? They would hold an election. But not a normal election. Wilbur's plan was to notify no one that the election would be taking place until after the ballots had shut, leaving him as the only running party, thus forcing the people to vote only for them and swiftly taking back their power. After making Tommy his running mate, the two ventured off to L'Manberg to write the election ballot. They then proceeded to set the date of the election and named their party The Right the Best. That's my personal favorite political party. After that, they began work on their new policies. Some of the most important included, "We won the war," "Vicstar will vote for us," Tubbo, and "We will make big things." Feeling very confident that these new policies would gain them the support of the entire server, Wilbur and Tommy bragged about their plans to one player. Someone new. A man who would seek to ruin their plans of taking power and win the position of president for himself. Ladies and gentlemen, this man was Quackity. Where do I start with Quackity? Holding over 4 million subs today, Quackity has established himself as one of the bigger personalities on the SMP. Always looking for a chance at power wherever he can find it, he isn't afraid to do whatever it takes to find his way to the top. Whether it be starting an illegal business or masterminding a robbery, Quackity is no stranger to crime on the SMP. But today, he would be putting all that behind him. He would be pursuing something else. Because he was the only other player who knew about the election, he took it upon himself to stand up against their one-party system and give the people a choice. Announcing his campaign right in front of Wilbur and Tommy, Quackity's party would be titled So We Are Gamers, or SWAG for short. And with this, Tommy and Wilbur had to think fast, or control in their own nation would be pulled out from under them. Following the addition of the second party, both sides scrambled to recruit as many people as they could to help them win the election. But before they began, Wilbur and Tommy knew that they had to change the name of their party. The Right the Best was a good name. Okay, maybe not, but they knew there was only one word that could compete with swag. One word that was universally better and would provide them a basis of recruiting players to their side. They would run as the politicians of gaming. Their new party would be POG. As the Pog and Swag parties began their campaigns across the server, they attempted to convince as many people as possible to side with them in the election. Starting with Tubbo, the politicians of gaming managed to recruit Jack Manifold and Niachu, 2 new players to the server who joined shortly after L'Manberg gained its independence. These new additions were good, but to truly turn the tides in their favor, Tommy and Wilbur knew they needed to get someone powerful. Someone with connections at the top, and someone who was admired by all. They needed to recruit George Not Found. But they were too slow. By the time they were able to ask for George's vote, his allegiance already lied with Quackity. With this, Tommy and Wilbur knew there was a long road ahead in the election, and it would not be as easy as they thought. But they still had a few tricks up their sleeves. Tommy attempted to smear Quackity's reputation by creating a collection of fake quotes that made him look bad. He had also taken books of money from Dream as a part of a Minecraft Deal or No Deal that had taken place recently on the server. Using these, Tommy hoped he would be able to bribe and slander his way to winning POG 2020, the election. Upon seeing the wall, Quackity had had enough and proposed they hold a debate right away. Wanting to come off as strong as possible, Wilbur and Tommy reluctantly agreed, and with that, the 2 parties ventured to the newly created courthouse to hold their first debate. As the 2 parties entered the courthouse, they took their sides and prepared for the debate. Yet another new player, Carl Jacobs, took center floor as he would administer the debate. Before the debate began, Quackity convinced Fundy to join his side, and following this, the first part of the debate began. Wilbur versus Quackity. The first issue brought to the table was territories.
L'Manberg has a long history of discrimination against people not from L'Manberg. I myself, I'm not able to enter L'Manberg because of the policies these men have put into their property. And I don't agree with that. I'm going to let everyone into L'Manberg because it's a beautiful country and it deserves to be seen by every citizen in the Dream SMP.
For years, nay I say decades, the Dream SMP has ostracized my group of people. My European brethren stood behind me. L'Manberg is not a place of oppression, it is a place of sanctuary for our people. What you are intending to do is come into our land and open it up to the very people we seek to escape, just because we've created a better life for ourselves. This in itself is tyranny and I will not stand for it.
Wilbur is embracing tradition here. We don't need to embrace tradition. We are a new generation of politicians, Wilbur. I hope you remember that. Embracing your old school policies is just going to hurt progress.
They aren't old school. These policies were formed from blood not long ago.
Is that so?
Yes.
Your policies all grow from war. Of course, you're a warmonger.
Of course they had to grow from war. We were oppressed.
You love to have wars,
we were an
Wilbur.
oppressed people, Quackity. I led these people to freedom. And I will keep and uphold the policies. Yeah. I will uphold the policies which freed us. L'Manberg's borders, as long as I'm in charge, will stay closed to all who are non-European.
Choose. Wilbur. The people get to choose, Wilbur.
Topic number 2 was their stances on the killing of pets, as an ongoing pet war ensued in the background of the main story.
If I am re-elected as president, I would like to create a police force that will uphold the law so that no further pets are killed in L'Manberg.
Quackity, take the stage.
I think the moral values of our people are more important than enforcement. You are enacting police enforcement, and what I'm enacting is a better values of our people. I will enact a policy that will teach all our residents to be nice to each other. And that way, we don't have to enforce any sort of law.
Oh, welcome to the real world, Big Q. I believe if a bad person is going to kill someone's animals, there should be someone to stop them. That's what I'm saying.
What I think is that we should attack the problem from the root. And that's enact and change the morals we all have. No one should be dying, and no one's animals should be dying either, Wilbur. We are attacking the problem from the root. You just want to throw people in jail, Wilbur. I'm not for that.
Tommy, fearing that they were starting to lose the debate, decided to use the money from Dream to bribe Carl into ruling the debate in Wilbur's favor. And after a completely unrelated discussion about political corruption, Carl did exactly that. Next, the running mates would have a debate. This was Tommy Innit versus George Not Found.
Now, I think I'd like to address the fact that the reason L'Manberg was created was for freedom. The Dream SMP wouldn't allow our rules, and it wouldn't tolerate us making our own separate kingdom. And I think the fact, George, that the Dream SMP rigged our land with TNT, exploded everything we owned and loved, my base, my embassy. And merely I had to give away my discs just to get L'Manberg back. You know, we want to keep that to our members. I think that is a completely fair point to make. And the fact that you would pressure us out of doing that, well, we had to fight with our very hands and knees, my friends. We have betrayals. I had to give away my discs, and you know that's my prized possession.
Yeah. We're talking about freedom here, yet you lock it behind a certain group of people. That
but
seems,
the reason we have to make
this
this certain group of people,
that
George,
seems almost...
it's because the Dream SMP, your land, which you stand for, mercilessly blew up our land, killed our
Can
friends,
you tell me
our family, our Tubos.
why was your land, why did it need to be blown up? What happened in the first place?
George, if you stand by the fact that...
What did you do
George,
to spark
George,
this
if you
war?
stand by the fact that something needs to be blown up, then how
All
dare
you care about is war. You know who wins in war? No one wins in war. Yes. And especially not the people. You are causing mayhem, okay? You're causing chaos. The people are hurting from it. They want peace within the land.
Tommy, say shush,
Goggy. Shush, Goggy.
All he cares about is war.
After a heated start to the debate, things got ugly when George pulled out proof that Tommy had bribed Carl. The chaos and low blows continued, even catching the eyes of Dream, who joined the call to defend himself and George. Wilbur then called for a brief recess where he discussed with Tommy that they needed to pull themselves together. If they wanted to win the debate, they needed to take the high road, follow the rules, and out-debate their opponent. Following the recess, the debate got back on track, with Tubbo as the new moderator. The final topic on the table was conflict.
When this was a simpler time on this server, we all lived in harmony. And it was very nice, very peaceful, and we loved it. And then you came along. You started wars, battles, killings. The list goes on. And simply, my opinion on conflict is we should keep it to a minimum. But clearly in your mind, you want it to the maximum. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, well, I think my stance on conflict, Carl, that would be that I think only when necessary is it right. I think the point you're making about conflict, and that it probably was a nicer time before I joined the server, but that's only because someone stood up to your tyranny.
If you came on and had just been amicable, like the rest of us, we wouldn't have had to have a war in the first place.
We were amicable. If you get elected, what changes will you make for the better?
That's a very good point. I think we're going to make sure that this tyranny, this war, this, I'd say discrimination, we'll be stopping that. I don't want any more of war between people. I think it's very important that the Dream SMP server people understand we don't have anything necessarily against them. We just want to make a clear boundary that, look, we fought for our nation. I gave Dream my discs, and now we've earned it. So I think it's very unfair of you to shout, no, anyone must be allowed. Well, sure, if you'd like to make that your policy, anyone can be allowed. But the point is, we fought for this nation, and the fact that you're trying to take it away, again, make it a part of the Dream SMP is what you're trying to do. And that is the opposite of all that L'Manberg stands for. And if that's what you stand for, then you do not have my vote.
After the debate fell into chaos once again, Wilbur and Tommy decided that they had had enough and would not continue the debate. They trusted that the people would see through the lies of their opponents and know in their hearts the right side to take. And with tensions as high as ever, the campaign trails continued, growing ever closer to Election Day. September 21st, the day of the L'Manberg election. Everything was in place and the people were ready to vote. But before they released the polls, the two parties had to give their final speeches and announce endorsements. As they all gathered at the podium, except for George, who was having the best sleep of his life, they began with their speeches.
My name is Quackity, and I'm running for president simply because I didn't think it was fair for Wilbur Suit to run a one-party democratic election, or so democratic as he wants to call it. That is why I have gone up and have challenged this man and all his policies, all his old-school policies, to make L'Manberg a better place.
Hi, I'm incumbent President Wilbur Suit, and I'm here to tell you the reason I'm running for president is because I felt like it was unfair of me to decide myself to be just a dictator. Essentially,
There are
what
weapons in the
I'm doing
Manberg,
is
by the way.
I'm running this election to solidify democracy in our great nation of L'Manberg, and if you vote for me, I'll keep those filthy Americans.
Anyway, following the speeches, Fundy walked up to the mic and just started talking.
My fellow citizens, I stand here today humbled by the task before us, grateful for the trust you have bestowed and mindful of the sacrifices borne by our ancestors. Now I mind to keep my words short and powerful, and thus I say, I am not powerful. I am not resembled the physique of a leader, and I might not have wealth, but I do have a dream.
It's got bones like his mother.
While Quackity has righteous ideas and Wilbur the leadership, I, together with Nikki, have a bakery and a worldwide shipping right. I can deliver as many cookies and ice cream as you desire once you have voted for Coconut 2020.
Wilbur was not very happy about Fundy trying to undermine the system and join the election the day it would happen. Because of this, he attempted to send Coconut 2020 away and keep them off the ballot. However, the people wanted differently. And so, swaying to the judgment of the people, Wilbur added Coconut 2020 to the ballot. Things were not exactly going according to plan. What started as an attempt to gain more power has now put Wilbur and Tommy at risk of losing all the power they had. But little did they know it was about to get worse. A lot worse. Next up, the parties would reveal their endorsements.
My one endorsement is KSI. He just hasn't happened to responded yet to my endorsement plead. But he's my one endorsement. KSI and Lord Jesus Christ.
Now, after years of fighting and you know, a general negative presence, I finally got who we needed on our side to turn probably just the entire world around.
Look, me and Tommy have had our differences in the past.
Oh my
that
God.
doesn't change the fact that I'm a firm supporter of POG 2020. I have every belief in it. Support the movement.
I've got my endorsement. Here he comes. The one, the only.
Jay Schlatt. A comedian. A man of business. But behind all lies a calculated man. Life is a chess game to Schlatt. And he has no intention of losing. At any cost. He is confident, charismatic, and ruthless. Give him control, he will control everything. Give him a drink, it'll take him 3 seconds. Give him a podium, and he'll rule the world. This was not Schlatt's first time on the SMP. He had made a cameo for one of Tommy's videos shortly after the Disc Saga, but was then quickly banned by Dream, who had no idea Schlatt had joined. But now, he was back, and had no intention of endorsing anyone but himself.
Democracy is overrated.
Whoa, wait, no, hold on.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You think you need a president? You think you need... I'll be my own president. What? You think you want Quackity as your president?
Yeah.
You think you want Wilbur? I'll run my own presidency.
No.
You haven't seen the end of me.
God.
This isn't the end of my presidency.
Everything was going downhill. And fast. Dream endorsed Schlatt and proceeded to give him his crossbow. After Tommy was shot, everyone on the podium retreated to the White House and hid from Schlatt. After their blockade was repeatedly broken, the three knew they had to escape and broke out through the walls. After Tommy and Schlatt both died, Wilbur knew there was no point in continuing the rally and decided to drop the ballot. In doing so, he knew he had no choice but to include both Coconut 2020 and Schlatt 2020 to keep the integrity of the election. The votes began flooding in. Tommy and Wilbur sat on the edge of their seats as thousands of their viewers voted for who they wanted to win. The future of L'Manberg was left entirely up to the audience. With the reality of their chance at losing becoming very real, Tommy and Wilbur attempted to make a backdoor deal with Quackity. In the event that Schlatt 2020 or Coconut 2020 would win the election, Pog and Swag would combine their votes, creating a coalition government with 2 presidents and Tommy as vice president. But Quackity knew this was a bad deal. With no endorsements and no vice president, he was dead in the water. They both knew there was no way Swag would beat Pog, and so when Wilbur refused to make their agreement unconditional, Quackity refused the deal. But he wouldn't give up on the election that easily. He knew that if nothing was done, Pog would win the election and everything he fought for would be for nothing. And so, Quackity offered a similar deal to Schlatt. Swag Party would give all of their votes to Schlatt 2020 on the condition that Quackity would be his vice president. Without hesitation, Schlatt agreed. And with that, all they could do was wait. The future of L'Manberg in the hands of the people. Tommy and Wilbur had faith that the people would come through for their party. But that didn't stop the sinking feeling that maybe, just maybe, this would be the end. The next day, the results were in. 220,000 people had voted, and today, the winner of the election would be announced. Everyone from all across the server gathered at the podium to hear the news. The candidates met on the stage and Wilbur explained what would happen. Today, they would not just find out who won the election, but also inaugurate them immediately. Upon inauguration, the new leader would then announce their first decree as president. Within 15 minutes, L'Manberg would have their new president, and a new era would begin. Wilbur began the proclamation by announcing disqualified votes. By removing votes with the same IP address, Wilbur was able to account for any possible cheating or fake votes. In total, there were 120,000 of these votes, the majority of which came from Coconut 2020, who just so happened to have a coding YouTuber as their party head. Anyway, after that was sorted out, Wilbur began revealing the results.
With 9% of the vote, 20,000 people or so. In 4th place is Coconut 2020.
Yeah!
With 16% of the vote, coming in 3rd place is Schlatt 2020. In 2nd place, with 30% of the popular vote, led by the party leader, Quackity, Swag 2020. Meaning that the winner of the popular vote by 45% is Pog 2020, led by the incumbent. 2 nights ago, on the night of the election, Quackity made a deal. No matter what happens, Quackity would pool Swag 2020 votes on with Schlatt 2020 votes. Pog 2020 got 45% of the popular vote, meaning that the coalition government of Schlatt and Swag 2020 got 46% of the vote. Meaning that tonight, Schlatt 2020 has been inaugurated.
Schlatt, having been on the server for less than 24 hours, now ruled all of L'Manberg. Wilbur and Tommy sat in shock as the nation they fought for, the nation they built from the ground up, the nation they loved, slipped through their fingers into the cold hands of Schlatt. Wilbur and Tommy left the podium and went to take a seat in the crowd. And Schlatt, now the 2nd most powerful man on the server, gave his first decree as president of L'Manberg.
Well, that was pretty easy. And you know what I said? The day I got unbanned from the Dream SMP, I looked every citizen of L'Manberg in the eyes and I said, you listen to me. This place will be a lot different tomorrow. Let's start making it happen. My first decree as the president of L'Manberg, the Emperor, is to revoke the citizenship of Wilbur Soot and Tommy Innit.
There was no time to think. From leaders of a nation to enemies of the state within seconds, if Tommy and Wilbur wanted to make it out alive, they had to run. And run they did. Wilbur drank an invisibility potion, but it was no use. Meanwhile, Tommy made a break for L'Manberg, managing to escape through an underground tunnel Tubbo had built earlier. Tommy and Wilbur met in the forest. They were now banished, not only from the nation of Dream SMP, but their own home of L'Manberg. They ventured off into the wilderness, and as they searched for a place for their new home, they thought about what this meant. They had put everything on the line for L'Manberg, gave their lives for L'Manberg, and now they were forced to run from their creation, betrayed by their own nation. They built their new home in a small hill a few hundred blocks away from civilization. They had to start over. Having only some tools, armor, and a few random items, Tommy and Wilbur hit rock bottom. But then, Schlatt announced he would be giving another speech. Helpless and alone, all Wilbur and Tommy could do was listen, as the nation they once loved crumbled before them.
People of L'Manberg! The sun rises over another beautiful day in our country. I reckon our nation needs to expand. I reckon we've done our country a great disservice. I reckon we take down the walls.
You can't do that.
What? Immediately! All citizens of L'Manberg required to help tear down the walls of this country. Thus ends the second presidential speech. Let's get to work.
The walls. The very walls that protected L'Manberg since the day it was born would be taken down by its own citizens. Wilbur and Tommy could not help themselves and traveled back to watch. As they sat on a nearby hill, their nation's borders fell before their eyes. Wilbur was destroyed. L'Manberg was his dream from the day he joined the SMP, and in the span of 30 minutes, that dream was crushed in front of him. When Wilbur and Tommy arrived back at their base, Wilbur exclaimed that he was a slow-burning fuse, and over the next few weeks, he would become a much different man than the one Jay Schlatt crossed. Tommy, meanwhile, had already come up with a plan. Both of them knew that just the two of them would not be enough to put up a fight against the new L'Manberg. But Tommy had a trick up his sleeve. An old friend, who in the time they needed it most, stepped up and offered a hand. For once since their banishment, Tommy and Wilbur would have something L'Manberg couldn't. Tommy and Wilbur had the blade. Technoblade. Legend has it he can take down an entire army with only 2 other men. Legend has it he once spent 9 months farming potatoes to bully a guy he didn't even know. Legend has it he once entered 1,500 battles and won every single one of them. Legend has it he can kill Dream. After hiding in the shadows and watching the events of the election unfold, Technoblade saw an opportunity. Being an anarchist, Techno looked for any opportunity to abolish government. And seeing hatred in Wilbur's eyes as the L'Manberg walls tumbled to the ground, he knew this was his chance. Together, Tommy, Wilbur, and Technoblade would build up their new base in Ravine Underground. Keeping it a secret from everyone on the other side, they hoped to grow their arsenal right under Schlatt's nose. And when the time came, they knew they had to regain control of L'Manberg at any cost. After Technoblade was escorted by Tommy to their base, Schlatt gave his second presidential speech. In this speech, he announced he would be changing the name of L'Manberg to Manberg. Everything their nation stood for, every trace of Wilbur and Tommy was now gone. And the preparation for war began. Tommy, Wilbur, and Technoblade began by naming their new home Pogtopia. Just a few minutes later, Tommy stumbled across his old strip mine, meaning they now had a direct underground path to Manberg, and no one else knew. By the next day, Technoblade, who according to himself stayed up all night, had created a large potato farm to supply Pogtopia with food. And Wilbur managed to convince Tubbo, a member of Schlatt's cabinet, to become a spy for them. Within a few weeks from their banishment, the resistance continued to build. Technoblade gathered weapons. Tubbo informed Wilbur of all of Manberg's plans, and the path to Manberg continued to expand. Pogtopia flourished and was almost ready for war. They just needed the right time to strike. The nation of Manberg had changed a lot in this time. Office buildings arose, the L'Manberg flag was burned, and in its place sprouted a new flag, the Manberg flag. On the surface, things in Manberg looked to be going smoothly, but deep down, Schlatt knew it was already falling apart. Word of a rebellion caught wind in the streets of Manberg, a secret group of people plotting to take down Schlatt. The rumored Pogtopia, to Schlatt's dismay, was not hated by the people, but seen as a force of good to save them from his ruthless rule. Many citizens attempted to help the rebellion by offering supplies and information. Schlatt, not wanting to lose any more people than he already had, could not stop them. But he could turn them back. As a last resort to save his dying country, Schlatt decided to throw a celebration. A celebration of the new changes he had enacted as president, and a celebration of Manberg. He had announced the Manberg Festival. This was their chance to show Manberg how powerful Pogtopia truly was, their chance to scare Schlatt out of power, their chance to take back Manberg. But Wilbur had changed his mind. The betrayal from his own people, the destruction of everything he'd worked for, was starting to take a toll on him. On the day of their banishment, Wilbur had said that he was a slow-burning fuse, and would soon be a much different man than the one Schlatt had crossed. And now, more than ever, that fuse grew ever closer to an explosion. After the announcement of the festival, both Wilbur and Tommy knew this was a huge opportunity for them. But Wilbur couldn't shake a dark feeling. The festival was good. Everything Schlatt had done was completely legal. And yet, they still wanted to ruin it with their rebellion. Were they in the wrong? Were their actions justified? None of it mattered. Nothing changed the fact that Wilbur, after weeks of hiding away, had not made it any closer to getting back L'Manberg. And as the days passed, so did the nation he once loved. His unfinished symphony. A new plan began to come together for Wilbur. Losing all hope of gaining back control, Wilbur chose destruction. After all, he created that nation. It was his. If the people can stab him in the back, betray the very founder of the land in which they lived, why can't he do the same? Technoblade.
on. Mug. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Mug. Come on. Mug. Come on. Mug. Come on. Mug. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Mug. Come on. Come on. Mug. Mug. Come on. Mug. Magma. One. Magma. 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 One. Magma. Magma. One. One. Magma. One. Magma. One. Magma. 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 One. 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 One.
プラスする。
ほらほら。